join in praying the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Please be seated. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Dominica, honorable members of Cabinet, Honorable Levi Peter, Attorney General, observers, Justice Amrafael Misaga, Ms. Meline Glynn, Mr. Dwight Lay, Ms. Karine Prevost, Secretary to the Cabinet, Permanent Secretaries, Dr. Kenneth Daru, Special Envoy in the Office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for electoral modernization, representatives of the various faith-based organizations and churches, trade unions, media houses, business associations, sports associations, youth-based organizations, NGOs, and other groups and associations, all other invited guests, greetings and good evening. I am pleased to welcome all of you to the second week of consultations organized by the government to discuss the report presented by Sir Dennis in respect of electoral reform or electoral modernization. This evening, we are meeting with churches, trade unions, associations representing women, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, the media, sports associations, NGOs, and other groups and business associations. It is important to state, and this has been stated before, that the report to be discussed this evening is not the government's report, but that of Sir Dennis, and in fact, the government has not yet shared its views on the report. Notwithstanding the fact that Sir Dennis was engaged by the government, his entire assignment was managed by the Electoral Commission. Sir Dennis held various stakeholder engagements, conducted a survey which was open to everyone, received submissions, and met numerous times with the Electoral Commission in formulating the report. He also had extensive discussions with the Electoral Commission on the proposed draft legislation. He is on record as saying that his report is independent and was conducted without fear or favor. The report of Sir Dennis, which is in two parts, was received by the government in June and was made available to the general public within a few days of having received it. Some of you who are here this evening were presented with hard copies, and the soft copies have been made available on the government website from June. The government also indicated that it would hold widespread consultation on the report to provide the opportunity and platform to allow a wide cross-section of Dominicans, both at home and abroad, to share their views on the report. A number of matters are dealt with in the report. Some may feel that the recommendations are fine, others that it goes too far, or that it does not go far enough. It is hoped that as we continue to discuss the issues, we may reach a place of broad consensus on the way forward. Many views have been expressed so far. Some relate to the following, which directly arise out of Sir Dennis's report. Should there be a full re-registration process, or should it be a confirmation process? Should the confirmation process take place only in Dominica, or should it also take place overseas? Should the 5-year absence rule continue, or should it be 10 or 15 years, or no restriction? What does absence mean? Can one visit be sufficient to stop time running against you, or should it be 90 or 50 days as proposed in the report? Should there be ID cards for voting? Should it be a voter's ID or a national ID, or any government-issued ID, such as a passport, social security card, or driver's license? What biometrics should the ID card capture? Should it be only facial features, or should it include fingerprints? What if on election day you cannot find your ID card? Will you still be allowed to vote? Should you still be allowed to vote, and in what circumstances? Should we have electronic voting? Is it too costly? Is it justified? Will it cause elderly voters in particular to stay away from the polls? Should we have rules on campaign finance? Is what is proposed adequate, or could it disadvantage independent candidates and political parties? Should the structure of the Electoral Commission be changed? Should there be equal access to state media? Should there also be equal access to private media? Should we delve into matters now that require constitutional amendments? These are just some of the issues. Hopefully, the discussion this evening will address these and other issues and will help bring us closer to an agreed position. I wish to especially welcome and again thank Justice Masaga, Ms. Glynn, and Mr. Lay, representing the Commonwealth Secretariat, the OAS, and the OECS respectively, for being here with us. Unfortunately, Mr. Gunraj, the observer from CARICOM, had to return home. But we are pleased for your presence here with us today. I will now invite the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Levi Peter, to address us on some aspects of the report. Honorable AG.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet colleagues, other invitees, members of the Observer Mission, ladies and gentlemen, good evening all. In a moment I will go through the report of Sir Dennis briefly, as giving a brief overview. But we've had a week of these consultations so far, and a number of issues have been discussed and raised, and the chairperson just highlighted a number of those issues and some of the questions that have possibly arisen, or some that you may have in your mind. And it seemed to me that there are a couple of areas that the continued discussion and debate might benefit from, that I should briefly touch on. I hope you will forgive me. I am not, I wouldn't quite describe myself as a dinosaur where technology is concerned, but then again, I am not a technocrat in the sense of being expert in the use of them. My gadget has left me high and dry, but I'll seek to use my phone, which hopefully will assist me sufficiently to be able to get through this. So, in terms of some of the issues that have been discussed, and I suggest likely to be of importance in this discussion, this consultation. One of them is the question of the role and function of the President, the Electoral Commission, and the Electoral Office in the whole electoral reform process, and indeed in the consultation that is currently taking place. A number of questions have been raised in regard to these issues. And the short answer really to the central question, as I understand it from the various quarters that I've heard points being raised, the short answer is that the Constitution and relevant statutory provisions set out the role and function of the President, sets out the role and function of the Electoral Commission and of the Electoral Office as it relates to the consideration, determination, and drafting of electoral legislation, and by extension, something like the exercise we are now embarked upon, electoral reform in Dominica. The responsibility for electoral reform, insofar as the Constitution is concerned, I suggest, and of course, you are open to have a different view. I'm giving my view. But I suggest, as the Constitution provides, that that responsibility falls to the government and the Parliament. The primary mover will be the government, because it's the government that will take the legislation to Parliament. So what does the Constitution say in relation to the President as it relates to the matter we're now concerned with. Section 18, Section 49 and Section 51 of the Constitution provide the primary source of authority for the actions and involvement of the President in relation to electoral reform, I suggest. Section 18 says as follows, and obviously I'm not reading the entirety, I am reading what I suggest is material to this issue. Subsection 2, the President shall have such functions as are prescribed by this Constitution and such additional functions, open brackets, if any, close brackets, as may be prescribed by Parliament. What does Section 49 say? Section 49, so far as material to this issue, states as follows. 49 subsection 1, the power of Parliament to make laws shall be exercised by bills passed by the House and assented to by the President. Subsection 2, when a bill is submitted to the President for assent, he shall signify that he assents. And subsection 3, when the President assents to a bill that has been submitted to him, the bill shall become law, and the President shall thereupon cause it to be published in the official gazette as law. You'll see from those provisions that the President has no formal public role in the initiation, choice, or any other issue with respect to the electoral legislation or electoral reform, other than as is provided to him in the sections that I just read, and the additional section, which is Section 51 of the Constitution. Section 51 states as follows, and I should say that Section 51 now brings in is relevant to the Electoral Commission insofar as the issue of electoral reform is concerned. Section 51 states, every proposed bill and every proposed regulation or other instrument having the force of law relating to the registration of electors for the purpose of electing representatives or to the election of representatives and senators shall be referred to the Electoral Commission and to the Chief Elections Officer at such time as shall give them sufficient opportunity to make comments thereon before the bill is introduced in the House, or, as the case may be, the regulation or other instrument is made. So we can see from Section 51 that the Electoral Commission is not responsible for initiating bills or regulations in relation to electoral matters. That has to be done from somewhere else. But what Section 51 of the Constitution requires, and indeed mandates and demands, is that the Electoral Commission must, before any such bill is tabled before the House, the Electoral Commission and the Chief Elections Officer must be given a sufficient opportunity to be able to obviously review any such bill and to provide comments. And presumably, the person to whom, or the authority to whom those comments are being provided would be expected to consider those comments, and they may or they may not accept them in whole or in part, or they may indeed reject them. So, the Electoral Commission, looking at its function and role, Section 38 of the Constitution deals with that, and it states at subsection 1, the Electoral Commission shall be responsible for A, the registration of voters for the purpose of electing representatives, B, for the conduct of elections of representatives and senators, and shall have such powers and other functions relating to such registration and elections as may be prescribed by law. Those are the functions that the Constitution gives to the Electoral Commission. Responsibility for registration of voters for the purpose of electing representatives, and secondly, for the conduct of elections. The conduct of elections. So, the Electoral Commission, electoral reform falls under the ultimate portfolio of governance. And hence, I suggest the government. And Section 41 of the Constitution states that subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament may make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Dominica. And in relation to the government's role in governance, the Cabinet is in turn required to advise the President in the government of Dominica, and the Cabinet is responsible to Parliament for any advice given to the President. That's to be found at Section 60, subsection 3 of the Constitution. I'll read it, it's fairly brief. It states, the functions of the Cabinet shall be to advise the President in the government of Dominica, and the Cabinet shall be collectively responsible to Parliament for any advice given to the President. So to conclude on that aspect of the role and functions of the President, the Electoral Commission, and the Electoral Office as it relates to electoral reform and electoral legislation, the practical process is, and it has been applied previously by this government and perhaps others, but certainly this government, is that the government, i.e. the Cabinet, initiates the electoral reform process, including the drafting, or it may instruct the drafting of any necessary electoral legislation. That legislation is then conveyed to the Electoral Commission through His Excellency the President for comments as indicated by Section 51 of the Constitution, which I read a few moments ago. And upon receipt of any such legislation, the Electoral Commission, Chief Elections Officer, will review, consider the legislation, make recommendations, suggestions, comments as it deems fit, and thereupon return those comments to the government, and the government will act upon it. And ultimately, once there's an agreed bill, the bill will be taken to Parliament to be debated in the Parliament. So I just feel it's important and useful that I put that out there. Of course, I've given the relevant sections, and I can provide them subsequently if necessary so that people can read and possibly agree or disagree with me, but at least come to their own conclusions, which is what this whole process is about. The second element that I think is of some significance is the issue of residence, and perhaps more particularly as it relates to the issue of absence from Dominica, which is provided for in Section 7C of the existing Registration of Electors Act, and its provision is made for it in the draft that Sir Dennis has provided in Clause 12 of that draft. In the existing provision, it provides that a person is entitled to remain on the Register of Electors, provided he or she has not been out of Dominica for in excess of 5 years. So Dennis's proposal is that there should be inserted into that a requirement that a person would have to spend. So Dennis's primary recommendation is 90 days, and his alternative is 50 days in the event that people might think that 90 is too long. So 90/50 days is Sir Dennis's proposal. But the important cutoff point, if you will, is 5 years absence from Dominica. Now, in an earlier session, I referred to a Canadian case, which I did not elaborate upon, but I will not go into the case in detail, but again, for information, the basic details of that case, I think, are relevant. The Canadian constitutional position and the Canadian position in relation to its electoral process and its laws mirrored and indeed was identical to ours, to our Section 7C, provided that, well, virtually identical. There's some words slightly different, but essentially it provided that a Canadian elector, a person who was on the register in Canada, but spent more than 5 years out of Canada, would not be entitled to remain on the register. That was challenged by two Canadian citizens who had been out of Canada for an extended period of time. In case of one, some 20 years or so. And the case is, for those who wish to take it, the case is Gillian Frank, Gillian with a G, and Jamie DeYoung, which is D-U-O-N-G, against the Attorney General of Canada and others. And it's found or cited at 2019 Supreme Court of Canada at page 1. Now, the significance of that case, I suggest, is that it indicated that in another Commonwealth jurisdiction, which had exactly the same provision that we have, insofar as the 5-year absence rule, the Canadian court held that that was an unconstitutional provision insofar as the Canadian situation is concerned. All of the arguments that are ventilated here were ventilated, and anybody who chooses to read the case will see so. Issue of whether people were paying taxes in Canada, whether they had been out and they were not interested, whether the laws that were passed by the Canadian government were impacting them. All of those arguments were exercised. But the court eventually held, and that was Supreme Court, on an appeal from the decision of the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal had held that the 5-year provision was indeed constitutional and appropriate, wasn't excessive, but the Supreme Court overruled the Court of Appeal and reinstated the decision of the first instance judge who had held that it was unconstitutional. I should also say, for completeness, that there were 2 of the judges dissented and held the view that the 5-year absence rule was not unconstitutional. So just for completeness, I add that. But the decision of the court was that, of the majority of the court, and what stands, and it is the law of Canada today, is that the 5-year absence rule was unconstitutional. Some of the things that the court said, and I'm just to say briefly, is this. For example, many non-resident citizens maintain deep and abiding connections to the country through family, visits, paying taxes, etc. And it said also that any salutary effects of ensuring electoral fairness are clearly outweighed by the deleterious effects of disenfranchising non-resident citizens who are abroad for 5 years or more. And it went on to say, among other things, the disenfranchisement of long-term non-resident citizens not only denies them a fundamental democratic right, but also comes at the expense of their self-worth and their dignity. Now, interestingly, in Dominica, we have a provision in the Constitution, Section 33, subsection 2, which provides that every Commonwealth citizen of the age of 18 years or upwards who possesses such qualifications relating to residence or domicile, and that's an important thing because it's not being mentioned in our discussion so far, the domicile aspect of it, in Dominica, as Parliament may prescribe, shall, unless he, obviously, or she is disqualified by Parliament from registration as a voter for the purposes of electing representatives, be entitled to be registered as such a voter. And similarly, every person who is registered, and here it doesn't talk about citizenship at all, it just says every person, and that's at 2B, who is registered as aforesaid in any constituency shall, unless he is disqualified by Parliament from voting in that constituency in any election of representatives, be entitled so to vote. Now, there's a distinction, I suggest, between the requirement for residence for registration and the sub 2B, which simply deals with a person who is registered being entitled to exercise the franchise that that registration brings with it. But those are things that those of us who are taking part in this discussion and subsequent ones may wish to look at, consider in the discussion, in particular in relation to the issue of whether citizens or those who are registered should be required to be constrained by any period of time within or without Dominica. Interestingly, I'm trying to expedite this. Interestingly, the right to vote, which is really what this is talking about, has also been recognized within our region, within the Caribbean. In the case of Russell and the Attorney General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a 1995 case, which is found in 1995 50-week West Indian Reports at page 127, the court held that the constitutional right conferred by Section 27 which is akin to our Section 32(2)(b) that I just referred to, is twofold. The first is the basic right to be registered as a voter in the appropriate constituency. That right is granted to every citizen who is entitled to the basic right. That concomitant right is a right to vote in accordance with the provisions of any law in that behalf. This means that although the manner of voting is statutory or customary, the right to vote is inherently constitutional. And in the case of Joseph Parry against Mark Brantley, a case from 2012, that's a case from St. Kitts, the Court of Appeal held the constitutional right of enfranchisement is not in doubt. In Russell and the Attorney General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this court underscored and explained that the nature of the rights guaranteed by an almost identical provision in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Constitution held as follows. In applying the law and the regulations, preference must be given to recognition of the right to vote, and the legislation must be construed in a manner which promotes enfranchisement and guards against disenfranchisement. So those factors in relation to the issue of the right to vote is that, of course, legislation has to take into consideration a balancing act as to what guards against, or what works to promote the proper functioning of the system, of the electoral process and so on, but also at the same time guards against disenfranchisement. So there's a balancing exercise which has to be brought to bear by those with responsibility for those matters. In respect to the issue of virtual constituencies, which has been discussed in these, I think really all I probably need to say is that as a discussion point, it's probably an interesting discussion point, but from a practical perspective, from where I stand, the Constitution doesn't provide for it. Section 57 of the Constitution provides for the boundaries, and Section 30 of the Constitution provides for representatives to be elected consistent to the constituencies that exist. So there would be a need for an amendment to the Constitution to give the authority to create virtual constituencies. So as an informal process, it seems to me, as I understand the law, that virtual constituencies could be something informal that could operate. But as part of a formal process of legislation, at the current time, the Constitution as it stands, I do not see that that is provided for. And Section 30 and 33 of the Constitution, which links the constituencies with the number of representatives, has an impact on that. I think I'll pause there in relation to some of the matters that I felt needed some legal reference, and simply now move to a brief overview of Sir Dennis's report. As you heard earlier from the chairperson, Sir Dennis's report is in two phases. What I'm saying here is not intended to be any commentary of authority or being definitive insofar as the report is concerned. I'm just seeking to highlight a couple of areas that you may find interesting or indeed important. So Dennis indicated that phase one of his report was focused on cleansing of the list. That is an issue that we have been grappling with in Dominica for a number of years. I think most of us have agreed that the lists as they exist have a number of people on them that ought not to be there for one reason or another. They're deceased or for some other reason. And of course, they have to be removed. What I think I ought to say, because I don't think I've heard it raised in any of the discussions so far, is that provision is made in the existing law and also is proposed in the draft that Sir Dennis has put forward as to how the list can be and should be cleaned. And the Electoral Office has a significant role in that. For example, it is the Electoral Office the Chief Elections Officer and the staff at the office, who would be required to remove the names of deceased persons. And as it stands at the moment, I think every quarter the registry conveys to the Elections Office the names of people who have been recorded as deceased. And one of the, if not the main purpose for that, is to enable those names to be removed from the register. Of course, there is requirement for due process in appropriate circumstances that the Electoral Office would need to take account of, but there is a process. So sometimes the impression is conveyed that there is no process for cleaning of the electoral list. There is. It can be improved, but there is in place a process. Phase 2 of Sir Dennis's report, he described as really being primarily dealing with institutional matters. One, electoral process, which he cited as the issue of access to the media and campaign financing. The second is the Electoral Commission, which he proposed a series of interventions or innovations, including changes to its composition, its financial autonomy, its staffing autonomy, appointment of committees, and so forth. And the third is 4 draft bills that Sir Dennis submitted with his Phase 2, which is the House of Assembly Elections Act 2023, the House of Assembly Elections Regulations 2023, the Electoral Commission Bill 2023, and the House of Assembly Elections Petitions Rules 2023. I'm not going to go into those, but as would be clear, the House of Assembly Elections Bill is intended to replace the existing House of Assembly Elections Act. The most significant parts, I suggest, of the Registration of Electors Act, which deals with registration and the cleansing of the lists, are parts 3 and 5. Those parts deal with things like the issue of residency, ID cards, registration to vote, investigation of the people who are on the register or who are seeking to get on the register, as well as the confirmation of persons on the register. So people who are already registered and wish to remain on the register, the draft proposes that within a stated period after the Registration of Electors Act would have been enacted, that the Electoral Commission should declare a confirmation period. That period that so let me rephrase it. So the draft proposes that within 30 days of the enactment of the legislation, the Commission would declare a confirmation period. And it proposes that that confirmation period would, in the first instance, be somewhere in the region of 6 months, and that the Commission would be empowered, if it felt it appropriate to do so, to extend that period by a further 3 months, a maximum further period of 3 months to 9 months. So the maximum that the confirmation period could be under the proposal would be nine months. And during that period, any person whose name is actually on the list at the date of enactment of the legislation would be entitled to present themselves and satisfy the Chief Elections Officer and electoral officials that they were entitled to be confirmed, and the process is set out for doing that. And once they had done that, they would be confirmed on the register of electors and would gain all the benefits that go with that, which would include, if an identification card had been agreed upon and was part of the legislation, the receipt of an identification card. So that's the phase 1. What I suggest is significant, really, in relation to that. In relation to phase 2, access to the media, as it suggests, the proposal is that all political parties and candidates for elections should be entitled to gain access to the media. But in this instance, it would only be state media, and the proposal doesn't recommend going as far as extending this to private media. I know some people feel that it should. That's obviously part of the discussion that's taking place. Phase 2 also proposed that an electronic voting system be introduced, but it recognized that there were some challenges to doing so at the current time, and proposed that that would occur or should occur as soon as it was possible to do so. And Part 5 dealt with or deals with campaign financing. There are a number of issues raised in relation to campaign financing. Essentially, as the name suggests, so Dennis proposes that there should be an upper limit on the amount that could be spent by political parties during a political campaign. It also suggests that there should be an upper limit on the amount that could be contributed. It also suggests or proposes that contributions should be restricted or not permissible from certain sources, for example, foreign sources and a number of others. If you've read the report, you will probably have seen them and have your own views on those issues. And that really, maybe the final thing that I should add is that the Phase 2 also provides for a number of offences. One of those is, so Clause 57(3) proposes a maximum fine of 12 months imprisonment, up to Clause 70, which proposes a $10,000 fine or 12 months imprisonment. So there is proviso for offences and for consequences for those offences. Now, it may well be that the view of those who are participating in the consultation process is that those offences should be less stringent or more stringent. Those things are open to comments from you, if you so choose. And finally, the Electoral Commission. So Dennis proposed that, as I indicated earlier, that a new piece of legislation should be introduced, specifically providing for and expressly providing for the Electoral Commission and its establishment under that provision, and providing for financial autonomy and the other issues and matters that I have referred to. In summary, that is my potted overview of Sir Dennis's report. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General Peter, for taking us through some of the salient points of the report and clarification of some issues. I would now like to open up the floor for people to make their contributions to the discussions. I will please ask you to be as concise as possible so that everyone can get the opportunity to speak and share their views. I ask that when you take the floor that you identify yourself, and if you are speaking on behalf of a group, association, or organization, please indicate so. Please do everyone the courtesy of allowing them to share their viewpoint uninterrupted. It has worked well so far, so let's please continue in that spirit. And if you want to make a statement on behalf of your group or organization, you are welcome to do so from the podium, or you can remain in your seat and a mic will be brought to you. So the floor is open for anyone who would wish to comment. Sorry. There's a gentleman at the back who has requested the floor. You have a mic, so you can stay from here if you wish. Or you would like to use the podium.
Pleasant good evening to everyone, Madam Chairperson, and to all persons present in there and virtually. I'm Erickson Henry Bertrand, and I'm presently principal of the Warner Primary School, and I'm a minister at Maui Gospel Tabernacle Church. Protocol having been properly established, I want to, first of all, say thanks to Sir Dennis, the distinguished mind, for giving us a working document, a template for electoral reform. A one-man commission is a very challenging task since all intelligence dwells in the Heavenly Father. But Sir Dennis Byron report provides the impetus and the synergy for a long-term constitutional reform. I want to summarize my delivery by pinpointing a few points here. One, I strongly endorse the proposal put forward by Attorney Knight and echoed by the opposition leader Paul for the appointment of an independent body to do the painstaking work of dissecting Sir Dennis's report sentence by sentence and to provide a comprehensive summary that would take into account all the views that have been expressed and those to come, those forthcoming views. It is proposed that such a committee should be appointed from members of the two arms of government, the ruling arm and the opposition arm, and should constitute members of the Youth Council, members of churches, NGO, businesses, professional, political parties, the diaspora, and the legal community. Such committee should appoint among themselves a chair, and this would preserve the independent integrity of the committee. And they should be given clear terms of reference as agreed by both arms of the government, and they should be paid. The second matter, also the committee would do very well to look at what has happened in the East African nation of Kenya. After years of strife and bloodshed and anarchy, they have come up with a very good document. And so there are many lessons to be learned there. Secondly, this matter of disenfranchisement, I do not think that any Dominican person, born Dominican, should be removed from the list. The battle for universal adult suffrage was too costly for us to go about erasing and adding names to persons who may probably not be in the country for whatever number of years. The electoral register is a sacred register, and I think only the names of deceased persons should be struck out without discussions. One thing on that register we should say is that we have a large number of economic citizens, and I think that clear stipulation should be made as to the voting rights of these citizens. They should not be totally eliminated from the process, but I don't think that economic citizens can have the same right as naturally born Dominican citizens. The second matter has to do with the issue of campaign financing. Campaign financing is a very intricate matter, and I think there should be no cap on campaign financing. Every political party should plead, should beg, should raise funds, whatever legal manner money can be raised to fund your campaign. I think that's quite okay. The only issue should be that there should be stringent stipulation concerning the incumbent government using state funds or state apparatus to do their campaigning. There should be some strict regulations on this. On the matter of special voter ID, I think that's just an unnecessary cost. An updated national passport should suffice more than that. The matter of electoral reform also, as I said, is going to be an impetus for for constitutional change. And I think it is time to think about a fixed election date and a 4-year electoral cycle. That 5-year business just increases anxiety, impatience, it increases unease in the country, and this is not necessary with all the turmoil that we already have. Also, there should be no more than 2 terms for a sitting prime minister. Human nature being what it is, ease, complacency, pride, political rights sets in after 10 years. Even in the natural scope of things, everyone needs a sabbatical after 10 years of endeavor. And finally, we should review the office of the presidency, have a look at the executive presidency, and have a look at the numerous levels of checks and balances in the political system of the US to ensure that there can be free and fair elections. So in conclusion, may God's divine grace be outpoured on this electoral reform process. May the next generation of Dominicans rise up and call us blessed. May they, as we hand unto them a heritage, an inheritance of free, fair, engaging, and peaceful elections. May our democracy be a model for the Caribbean and the wider world. God bless this process. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. And just to indicate, there is no separate categories of citizens in Dominica. Once you're a citizen of Dominica, whether you're naturalized or born, you're a citizen of Dominica, and the same rules apply and rights and privileges apply to you. And we have citizens who are from America, from Canada, from the UK, from Germany, from Africa, who have become naturalized citizens, as well as citizens from the Citizenship by Investment program. And we should not forget that all Commonwealth citizens who reside in Dominica in excess of 12 years have the right to vote in Dominica. So, 12 months, 12 months. Please, can we have the mic over? Thank you. Could you stand, please, and let us, please tell us your name and your association.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I am not one who usually adopt the practice that protocol has been observed, but I recognize the number of distinguished guests this evening, so that is an exception that I will do. My name is Thomas Slater, and I'm the General Secretary of the Dominica Public Service Union. So my contribution this evening is on behalf of that organization. I want to start by saying that the cleansing of the voters list, I believe, is very important, and we do not have to wait for the implementation of Sir Byron's recommendation or a position. As the AG rightly said, there are some responsibilities that the public service, not the public service, but the Electoral Commission has. And one is to look about the cleansing of the voters list, and I believe that should take priority. The Dominica Public Service Union proposes a fixed date for holding of elections, and we wish to brush aside the argument that this should not be so because it requires a constitutional change. Nothing wrong in a constitutional change once it is to the benefit of all citizens. We are also recommending a constitutional amendment to allow for proportional representation. That we believe is important. And let me state that by saying I'm trying to adhere to your request, I will be brief, but I can give you the assurance that our contribution will be followed in writing and giving our reasons for certain things. Campaign spending needed to be legislated. We believe this is very important, and we also believe that a broad-based committee, if not the Electoral Commission, should be appointed to educate the population on that is campaign spending or financing and other aspects of electoral reform, thereby correcting or eliminating the notion that campaign financing will deny citizens of important services which the state is providing. We propose voters' identification card to all eligible voters, and we are saying that they should contain biometric data to include fingerprints. Electoral reform should ensure that Dominicans are not continuously made to believe that providing transportation to a polling station on election day is the same as the payment of air and sea travel for ordinary overseas residents with the sole purpose of having those persons vote for a particular candidate in order to influence or decide the outcome or results in a particular constituency. We have to do whatever it takes to minimize dissatisfaction with the outcome of general elections or the result of general elections. And what I've just said before, I believe that would help in that area to ensure that people are satisfied, at least they are satisfied, and that the country continue to operate and people continue to live together happily and peacefully. Electoral reform should provide to all parties and independent candidates unhindered access to all state-owned media for the purpose of political broadcasts. Reform should forbid the crossing of the floor by a candidate who has won his or her seat on behalf of a political party. If he or she so desires, then there should be a resignation of that person, and new election for that particular constituency should take place. The role and function of the Electoral Commission needed to be reviewed to ensure that it does not in any way or form abdicate its responsibilities and duties. Madam Chairperson, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make those brief comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Later, and thank you for clearly stating your position on those matters. Sorry. The floor was asked for sorry, can I see the hands again, please? I'm seeing over here and then on this side. So please. Yes. Can you bring the mic?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol has been established. I'm Washburn Coffee. I represent the Concerned Citizens Movement. I'm there in the capacity as president of the Concerned Citizens Movement. Protocol has been established, but let me also recognize members of the head table. It's my understanding that we have visiting consultants from the CARICOM Secretariat, OAS, Commonwealth. So let me also recognize their presence as our guests. Let me thank the organizers for this consultative process that allows CCM to participate and to make this presentation. I welcome this opportunity as president of the CCM to make the following presentation as part of this consultative process on electoral reform. The CCM is a civil society organization whose aims and objectives, mission and vision are to stand as a defender of our country, upholding its democratic principles, to be the voice of the voiceless and to be championing the cause for justice without fear or favor, and to ensure that Dominica remains a democratic country, irrespective of age, gender, social status, or political affiliation. We are champions and watchdogs for constitutional rights, human rights, freedom of expression, social justice, rule of law, accountability and transparency, and good governance, etc., etc. Given such background, our programs and activities are critical and significant to upholding the democratic process and its supportive democratic institutions in the Commonwealth of Dominica. We have a significant profile in the community. We host a weekly radio program on Q95. And as a result, we were therefore a bit concerned that because of such profile, we were not recognized to be officially handed the official copies of the Byron report and to be invited here. However, we are here, and that's good enough. Throughout CCM's existence, we are focused on the need for electoral reform as a major focus to realize free and fair elections in Dominica. Let me punctuate my presentation to make a few critical observations that are of concern to CCM before I make some of our recommendations on aspects of the proposed draft legislation. Concern has been expressed as to the legitimacy of this consultation as organized. In so doing, we question the lead role taken by government in this exercise rather than the Electoral Commission, which is charged with the constitutional responsibility of this process and which has been conspicuously absent by their absolute silence. CCM has always called for the Electoral Commission to act in the public interest. Their notable silence and absence may be tantamount to dereliction of duty, which may be subject to litigation. CCM recognized that consultation between government and the public is intrinsic to effective public policy development and service to the public. However, we also believe that mutual respect for the legitimacy and point of view of all participants is basic to successful consultation. A clear mutual understanding of the purpose and expectations of all parties to the consultation is essential from the outset, and that to our mind and several other persons and organizations seem to be lacking. We are back to where we were many years ago, as if the electoral reform process is just beginning. We seem to be going around in circles. The manner of administration, organization, and logistical arrangements of this consultative process shown signs of impartiality, bias, and lack of good judgment. And some wonder whether these are sham consultations. We certainly hope not. To be effective, this consultative process must be based on values of openness, honesty, trust, and transparency of purpose and process. When all free community consultations are in certain stronghold constituencies, questions must be asked, eyebrows must be raised. You know, I come from the East, and I wonder how people from Dalis, for example, and in La Plaine is going to get to the Carib territory for the consultation in the East. Just a point of reference. While the CCM welcomes the observers of the Commonwealth, OAS, CARICOM, and OECS, we truly question the role having regard to previous reports and recommendations on our election process being ignored by the administration, who have went on with elections as usual. We hope that your present observatory status will not be treated with similar disdain. The CCM support the view that a special working committee should have been formulated to work with the Electoral Commission on a final report emanating from the various consultations preceding parliamentary approval of the proposed legislation. Since its involvement in the electoral reform process, the CCM has placed emphasis on the need for enforcement and implementation as regards to voter ID cards, cleansing of the voters list, and enforcement of the residency requirements. We were convinced that the scope of existing legislation made provisions for this to be achieved. CCM emphasis on enforcement and implementation brings into question the role and responsibility of the Electoral Commission in fulfilling its mandate. Notwithstanding any new legislation, the role of the Electoral Commission in enforcement, implementation, and general regulation remains paramount. This is why CCM has questioned the move to spend over $500,000 on a Byron report. We could have found other things to do with that, but I will not go into that now. Let me note that CCM emphasis on enforcement is in line with that proposed by Mr. Tyrone Nicholas, independent candidate for Rosenhoff, in his presentation at a previous consultation last week as part of this process. The Electoral Commission must therefore be given adequate resources, both human and financial, to enable it to carry out its responsibility to the Dominican public in an effective and efficient manner. Let me now comment and quickly on some specific aspects of the Byron report and draft legislation. Firstly, CCM has been collaborating within the framework of the Electoral Reform Coalition so as to find common ground and principle on many of the critical issues being examined and discussed. The CCM is therefore in general support of recommendations presented and submitted by the affiliates of the ERC, including opposition political parties, the Dominica Business Forum, religious organizations, trade unions, and other civil society organizations and individuals, including Justice Dr. Irvin Andre. We submit the following for consideration. 1, registration of voters. CCM support the view for a new process of re-registration of voters. CCM also recommends that only persons who are ordinarily resident in Dominica for a fixed period before an election should be eligible to be registered and vote elections in Dominica. There should be no overseas registration of voters. This can be a costly proposition, and this may not be all-encompassing, as it is likely to leave some persons out, because you may not be able to go in all the nooks and crannies where Dominica is. Will you, for instance, go to Japan, where I understand there is an entrepreneur carrying on some business in Tokyo, in Japan? Will you go there? Dominicans in the diaspora who do not meet the established criteria to vote should not participate in the election. And when I talk about the established criteria to vote, I'm particularly referring to the residency requirements. There is a lot of talk about disenfranchisement. Big word. We are looking at it from the point of view of our diaspora brothers and sisters. But what about the local residents, where we have a lot of small communities and where the margin of victory in elections could be very small. I would like, as I speak on that, to reference an out-of-country voting report, a brief overview by Peter Urban, Ben Gouldsworth, and Aisha Shajat, April 2012. Just briefly, it says here, out-of-country voting is incredibly complex and challenging for election management bodies. Before a nation decides to enfranchise its diaspora, it needs to carefully consider the potential political implications of diaspora voting. This is especially the case when a nation has a large diaspora population compared to the domestic population. In such cases, the diaspora can have a more substantial influence in the electoral result. We don't want to disenfranchise our Dominican brothers and sisters, but if there is a law and there are conditions, we have to respect that. CCM support voter ID cards with biometric data and fingerprinting. To suggest that fingerprinting is in link with criminality in relation to certain mentioned communities where persons are reluctant to fingerprinting is unfortunate. This was mentioned in one of the consultations here by a senior minister of government. We want fixed date for general elections and fixed term of limits for the Prime Minister. We have recognized that this will necessitate constitutional changes, but if we are talking about real electoral modernization, that is the modernization we must seek to put in the system, brothers and sisters. We welcome legislation on campaign finance, and this should not be unnecessarily procrastinated based on remarks I heard by the Prime Minister in a previous consultation. Equal access to both state and privately owned media, fixed limits on campaign finance expenditure. We welcome the capping on campaign finance expenditure. We are not leaving out everything. We are welcoming some of the stuff that is in there. And when we talk about that, we must not misconstrue the public and to suggest that a capping on campaign finance reform is equivalent to asking people to contribute $50 per person towards voting in elections. We must not construe the facts to the general public. And to also suggest that the Treasury will have to pay for campaign finance. There needs to be some better interpretation of what the legislation seems to be talking about. The reporting period in the legislation, should precede and include the stipulated campaign period in the draft legislation. The requirements for audit, again, I heard comments to suggest that audit expenditure may be costly to political parties. But political parties are not unlike other organizations and should stand the test for good governance. And the audit is a requirement of good, is a principle of good governance. So we would like to see auditing of the political parties. I don't think that we should make comments to suggest that political parties may not be able to afford auditing. When you can pay for one show of $100,000, how you can pay maybe $10,000, $20,000 for an audit? So to try to run away, and political parties are a major organization in a country, and they should stand the test just like private and other non-profit organizations, period. Number 14, limits should be placed on campaign contributions. Definition on bribery should include paying for air and sea travel and other costs for the express purpose of voting for a preferred candidate. We call for the expansion of membership of the Electoral Commission to include independent representatives from the bar, private sector, trade unions, etc. This we feel will put a check on politicalization of the Electoral Commission. We look forward to where legislation can be put for national debates of heads of political parties. This is all part to create a level playing field, and we need a level playing field. That is what all this consultative reform should be all about. And last but not least, persons who are passport selling agents or providing direct services to government or involved in activities of a nature of where conflict of interest may arise should not serve or be elected to the Electoral Commission. In closing, let me say it is CCM expectation that the foregone presentation will enhance and strengthen the process of electoral reform and form part of the final documentation of electoral legislation in the Commonwealth of Dominica. CCM hope that the final result is sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coffey. Just to let you know that the suggestion of $50 per voter was a suggestion made by a participant here earlier in the consultations. And also to just make the point that you indicated that there should be no overseas registration of voters. I don't think that is what has been proposed. It speaks to the confirmation of persons who are residing overseas. So there's a difference between the confirmation and registration. So we have to be careful about that distinction. I would like to give the floor to Mr. John Jules and then Mr. Bob. I know other persons have requested the floor, and we will come to you in time. Thank you. Mr. John Jules.
Good evening to all. The Honorable Prime Minister and Cabinet Ministers and members of the head table and all participants present here tonight. My name is Yolan John Jules. I'm the President of the Dominica Association of Local Authorities and First Vice President of the Caribbean Association of Local Authorities and a member of the Board of Directors of the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. I am very happy to be here tonight to discuss the local government reform. First of all, Dominica, we have two systems of voting. The first, we have central government. Second, we are local government. I am not pleased that, first of all, I am going to Annex 2, and I see a long list of people who were invited to provide written submission towards the electoral reform in Dominica. And I see a number of associations there. And DALCA, the association representing local authorities, was not invited to present a written submission. I am very dissatisfied with that one. But the electoral office is responsible for elections in Dominica. Elections takes place every 5 years to elect a government and every 3 years to elect local government. Or every 3 years is not like Trinidad or Jamaica or Guyana, where they have one elections for the entire country and all political parties send up the candidates for local government. The local government system, we contest as individuals. All of us support a political party, but when it comes to election for local authorities, we stand on our own, presenting ourselves to the people for elections. I should be the longest serving councillor in Dominica. I've contested 16 village council elections and won all. I cannot lose an election. Okay. First of all, I am not reading any writing. I'm going to speak. And I will be brief. Well, I'm also a preacher, so I can preach long or I can preach short. First of all, voter ID cards. I cannot see the use for a card only to vote every 5 years. When we have our social security card, we have our driver's license, some people have farmer's card, some people have fisherman card, we have our passport, we have our birth paper that we were born in Dominica. Secondly, I am listening to all the sessions, and I think a Dominican is a Dominican wherever you live in the world. You were born in Dominica, you have a birth certificate saying that you were born in Dominica. I cannot see the reason why if a Dominican spends 5 years or more overseas, they should take off their name from the voter's card. Well, take their birth certificate also away from them because they have no more rights in Dominica. I believe that any Dominican who has registered at the age of 18 to vote, whether for central or local government, should have the right, whether they are living in Jupiter, Mars, England, wherever they are living, and they step their foot on Dominica, even if it's on election day, they have a right to vote because they were registered. I cannot understand what they're talking about cleaning the voters list. Cleaning the voters list, you clean the voters list of people that's dead. They cannot be here. I even heard some people saying that they saw dead people voting. I cannot see a dead person because when you put them underground, you can see them again. So I was wondering how they see dead people voting. So as the president of the local authorities, I would like to say that we would like to be included to give our input because we sat together and we did the local government reform, which have to do with voting, who can contest on elections, and many other avenues that have to do with local government. So the local government reform, I think we should bring it in to this reform and just have one big thing because the local government reform is very powerful. If you go through it, I think it's with somebody with cabinet or with the minister still, but since 2012, it was presented. So I, as the president of the association, I would like to see it come into this reform to make the thing look nicer. Okay, so I listened carefully and I heard 2 terms for a prime minister. I can never support that. I grew up in politics. I grew up on the political platform. I voted 10 times in my life, 5 times for the Freedom Party, 5 times for the Labour Party. No, I'm not ashamed to say that that's how it is. So I am saying elections are called in Dominica every 5 years. I saw here, when they were putting that thing together, they left out my beloved party, the Freedom Party. So I see they had the Dominican Labour Party, the United Workers' Party, and some other group, but the Freedom Party was not there. I think that was a lapse. So, my belief in the reform, you cannot limit a political leader or a prime minister how long to serve. An election is called, you come in the ring, you come there to either be beaten or to win. You win 5 times, you win 6 times, you are stronger. You cannot win, that is your problem. You cannot want to restrict. We are not in the American society. They quote America. You can't quote America in Dominican politics. America is 2 terms for a president. That is their system. We were under the Westminster system. We were never under an American system because we were never a colony of the USA. So elections is open in Dominica. I don't think we should limit any leader. If the people wants to reject the leader, that remains for the people. And if a Dominican lives anywhere in the world and they want to come to Dominica to vote, nobody should prevent them from coming here to cast their ballot. So the level playing field is when you come to the ring, you come prepared, you come ready. Whether you have finance or not, everybody should have their liberty to raise their funds for their campaign. If you cannot raise funds for your campaign, ça c'est affaire. If you can raise funds for your campaign, good for you. So the strongest person beat. I have never seen any elections in Dominica that was fraudulent or anybody stealing elections, because I have never seen any political party holding anybody at gunpoint and forcing them to vote for them. Everybody walked to the polling station at their own free will, and they select a political party of their choice, and they put their cross wherever they want. So if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. So I think a level playing field is, and to clean up the voters list, take out the dead people. But please do not touch Dominicans' name on the voters list. Whether they spend 20 years in Canada or America, one day, if they can afford to buy a ticket, they may want to come back home, and you have to go back and re-register them again. Okay? So cleaning up the voters list, take out all the dead people, so nobody will see dead people voting again. I can recall in '95, I was sitting at the Freedom Party headquarters in Roseau, going through the voters list for the then candidate of the Roseau constituency, and I saw on the voters list 35 people registered in the old house of Winsky, where the Labour Party office is, headquarters is presently. And there was an old building. Nobody was living there but rats and ground lizards. But 35 people was registered in that house. There was another house in River Street where 17 people was registered. When I walked around Roseau, I'm from Roseau, okay? I was born and raised here, but I choose to live in Vegas with my grandparents, because Vegas I love. So when I walked around Roseau and I saw the house in River Street, it was an old dilapidated, that building, that is what we should be looking about. The people that are registered in Salisbury and in Marigot and in La Plaine, and where they're registered, and they're still registered in all houses in Roseau because you want to win an elections. That is what we should be cleaning, and make sure we have a level playing field. Everybody is registered, no ID card, because everybody knows everybody in Dominica. So if I vote in Vegas and I come back to vote in Roseau, where's the ink on my finger? It can't come out under 2 days. So they're not watching your fingers. So I cannot understand why we should be giving ourselves all that problem. There's no problem, to me, there's no problem in elections in Dominica. Two-party, three-party win, one lost their deposit, the other win, one come out second. You have a leader of an opposition and a prime minister and ministers of government and members of opposition. And I think our election has been fair, with no disrespect. It has been fair, and I never see nobody stealing an elections in Dominica. So please remember to let us take up the local government reform, add it to the electoral reform, because reform is reform, and both of them have to do with politics, and both of them have to do with getting things straight in Dominica. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Jules. And just to say to you that I think it was an oversight if Dalka was not invited. But I'm glad that you are here and that you've made your contribution. And feel free to also send in something in writing if you wish. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Darrell Bob. And he will be followed by Pastor Rodney. I've taken note of your Monsignor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Honorable Prime Minister, Cabinet members, OAS, OECS, Commonwealth Secretariat, the media, Monsignor John Lewis, congratulations. Father Karam, Father Thomas, fellow Dominicans. My name is Darrell Bob. I'm the president of the Dominica Business Forum, and I'm here to present the final report and recommendations for the review of the draft electoral legislation in the Commonwealth of Dominica. The Dominica Business Forum, Inc. was established in December 2012 through a memorandum of understanding signed by 10 private sector organizations for the following purpose: establish a platform to strengthen the representation and articulation of the interests of the Dominica business community and matters connected thereto, establish guidelines for collaborations between the parties in pursuing their respective mandates. As a consolidated mechanism, institution, think tank, and voice of the private sector on matters of micro and macro importance to business and civil society, and to exist alongside the respective members of associations. The Dominica Business Forum, Inc. is registered as a non-profit business organization under the Companies Act of the Commonwealth of Dominica. To achieve the overarching goals of free and fair elections that would preserve the Commonwealth of Dominica's constitutional right to choose its government, and even more importantly, to preserve the rule of law in Dominica, the Dominica Business Forum, Inc., in collaboration with the organizations and individuals who participated in the review process at the National Consultation on August 3rd, 2023, at which Sir Dennis Byron made a presentation, proposes the following. 1, the voters list should be cleansed annually, not merely of deceased persons, but also of anyone who has not been ordinarily resident in Dominica for at least 5 years. 2, unless otherwise provided, the right to vote is limited to a citizen of Dominica of 18 years or older who is ordinarily resident in Dominica at the time of the calling of an election. 3, for the purpose of this legislation, the definition of ordinary resident is as follows. Ordinary resident means a regular and habitual mode of life in Dominica, as opposed to a temporary sojourn, vacation, visit, or transitory presence. Does not include the provisions involving Commonwealth citizens, which remain unchanged. 4, there shall be no overseas registration of voters. However, confirmation of overseas voters should be done as on a thorough basis with the production of a government-issued identification card or passport by the voter. 5, the Electoral Commission shall have the authority to remove from the voters list the names of all persons who have not resided in Dominica for a minimum of 5 years. 6, Dominicans who are ordinary resident overseas, who are 18 years or older, can vote in 2 virtual constituencies to elect representatives who would represent the interests of Dominicans abroad. This provision would involve a constitutional change. 7, on the day of elections, it is an offense for an elections officer to ask a voter for his or her ballot before the voter places the ballot into a ballot box. 8, general elections shall be held on a fixed date every 5 years. The provisions would involve constitutional change. 9, the Constitution should provide for a hybrid system of first past to post and one of proportional representation as a counterweight against the concentration of and abuse of power by a prime minister and his or her party. A similar constitutional change was recommended by the Honorable Justice Telford George in his 1999 constitutional report. 10, there shall be fixed limits on campaign spending, not merely during a reporting period, but also during the 6-month period preceding such a period. Spending in each constituency by a candidate or political party is limited to $100 per person living in that constituency, subject to negotiations. 11, the breach of any provisions of the legislation governing elections in Dominica is punishable by a fine, custody, or, in appropriate circumstances, disqualification from contesting elections in the future. 12, all eligible voters in Dominica shall be issued voter identification cards. The voter identification cards shall contain biometric data including, but not limited to, fingerprints. 13, voting in more than one constituency by a voter during an election shall be an offense, punishable by a term of imprisonment. There is no mention in Sir Dennis's Byron's draft laws and regulations of this clause. The payment of air or sea travel for a person ordinarily resident abroad with the express or implied intention of having that person vote for a candidate or his or her party, or to refrain from voting, constitutes the offense of bribery, punishable by a fine, custody, a time of imprisonment, or where appropriate, disqualification from contesting future elections or elections in Dominica, acknowledged in Sir Dennis Byron's report, but omitted in the draft laws and regulations. 15, the payment of overseas or foreign entertainers by a candidate or political party to provide entertainment during an election with the express or implied intention of persuading voters to vote for the candidate or his or her party, or to refrain from voting, constitutes the offense of treating, which is punishable by a fine, a term of imprisonment, or where appropriate, disqualification from contesting future elections. 16, a special prosecutor shall be appointed by an independent tribunal or body, rather than by the Attorney General, to prosecute any violations of election legislation. The Director of Public Prosecution shall have no jurisdiction to prosecute election offenses, and there is no mention in Sir Byron's report of such. The Director of Public Prosecution shall no longer have the authority to intervene in a prosecution involving the alleged violation of Dominica's election laws, or to nolly-prosec any such case before the court. There is no mention of this by Sir Byron, despite the CCJ's decision of July 2022. 18, the Electoral Commission shall, upon the issuing of the writ of an elections, consult with the electronic and the print media in Dominica to draw up a timetable for political broadcast, and access to print media for political candidates to promote their views through the electronic media and to have their messages printed in the newspapers. A similar provision appears in the Representation of the People Amendment Act of Antigua and Barbuda. 19, the owner of a private radio station who is convicted of failing to comply with this legislation shall be punishable by a fine not exceeding $10,000 for each offense. For discussion and review. 20, the composition of the Electoral Commission shall be expanded to include an additional complement of 6 members. These additional members shall be nominated by civil society organizations, including, but not limited to, the business sector, the religious sector, the Bar Association, public service sector organizations, women's organizations, and local government, and shall be appointed by the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Sir Byron made such recommendation for further discussion. 21, subject to paragraph 20, any member of the Electoral Commission who provides any service to the government of Dominica for consideration other than being a member of the Commission shall be disqualified from serving as a member of the Commission. For example, 3 members of the existing Commission are citizens by investment agents. 22, a fixed amount of money shall be made available to the Electoral Commission by the government of Dominica to enable it to exercise its duties and responsibilities as recommended by the Electoral Commission, to be disbursed to the Commission within a period not exceeding 60 days after the national budget address. Sir Byron made reference to this issue. 23, the political leader of each political party contesting an election shall engage in at least 3 debates prior to the election. There is no mention of this by Sir Dennis Byron. 24, each candidate of the major parties contesting a general election who is not a political leader must engage in at least 1 debate with other candidates in the constituency he or she is seeking to represent during the reporting period of the election. There is no mention by Sir Byron of this clause or the idea. Any candidate, 25, any candidate who wins an election as a representative of a political party and intends to switch to another political party, whether in government or opposition, shall resign as a parliamentarian and participate in a by-election to allow the electors to approve the decision to switch sides. There is no mention of this by Sir Byron. And last but not least, number 26, if only 1 candidate is nominated in a constituency to contest an election on nomination day, the Electoral Commission shall extend the nomination process by a further 7 days to allow other persons the opportunity to be nominated. If no other person is nominated, the sole nominee shall be declared duly nominated, unopposed. Constitutional implementations of proposed reforms. The Dominica Business Forum, Inc. is aware that a few of the reforms proposed above necessarily involve a change in Dominica's constitution and therefore may require a lengthy period of time to be approved. These include A, a fixed date for general elections, B, a hybrid system of first past the post and promotional representation, or rather proportional representation, C, appointment of a special prosecutor, D, composition of the Electoral Commission. We believe that it is imperative to propose these changes to be made as soon as possible to ensure the integrity of Dominica's elections and maintain a free and fair elections in Dominica always. Conclusion, the Dominica Business Forum, Inc. considers the review of the electoral legislation for the Commonwealth of Dominica as a right of every citizen to scrutinize the proposed legislation through widespread dissemination of the draft legislation in a language that the ordinary citizens will understand. The Dominica Business Forum, Inc. is therefore pleased to share this document with all Dominicans to assist in the process of achieving meaningful changes to the electoral legislation, and in this regard, encourages all persons and organizations to use this document as a guide to their contributions at the government-sponsored consultations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Bob. And I guess the inference would be that all the countries, Commonwealth countries who have the same legislation that we do, could not have free and fair elections. But I'm sure that's probably not the conclusion that we should reach. I would like to call Pastor Rodney, followed by former Prime Minister Edison James, then Monsignor John West, and then Fire Landa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I decided to be here this evening, and I relish the opportunity to share some thoughts on behalf of the Dominican Association of Evangelical Churches. We will submit that report as requested to the Cabinet Secretary, I believe it is. So I will provide a summary, if you like, of that report. I don't usually love making excuses for myself, but tonight I need to make one because I'm here at great sacrifice. I am really in bodily pain, even as I sit on your comfortable chair. And I do not want to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance to help fly me out of state. So sometime after my presentation, Madam, with your permission, I will excuse myself. The DAC is mindful that the electoral reform process in Dominica has been a long and arduous one. And we welcome this initiative, hopefully to bring this to a head. We also observe that not everything that we ask for or people will request can be done immediately. And so we are hoping that this is going to be a continual process over time where we will get to some place where the people of the lovely Commonwealth of Dominica will be happy with. Government was instituted by God as his servant for civil control of law and order. And Romans chapter 13 from verse 1 through to 5 makes government officials God's instruments to accomplish his purpose for the good of civil control. In any functioning democracy, the authority of the government can only derive from the will of the people as expressed in genuine, free, and fair elections held at regular intervals on the basis of universal adult suffrage. And as I say that, the preamble of our Constitution and Chapter 1 in particular references, in my humble view, the purpose of governance and election. We've listened to many comments over the last few weeks, and in our view, in our executive consultation, we have the considered opinion that a lot of the comments that we fly over are more emotional comments rather than those based in facts or law. Question of who pay taxes and where your birth certificate is from, and so on, in our view, are emotional statements. Why? Because voting was fought for and some people died for, not because you pay taxes, but because you want to decide who, in the words of a former judge, who your elected representatives are, meaning that voting is for the matter of governance, not for anything else. In a democratic society, we vote so that we decide who governs us. And according to any constitution, who governs us does not govern us anywhere else than within the statutory limitations of the boundaries of any country. In our case, to the north, the Guadeloupe Channel, to the south, the Martinique Channel, 200 miles to the west and 200 miles to the east. That forms a constitutional country. And we need to decide who governs us within that scope, not within where you pay taxes or where your birth certificate is. There are other arguments that we can use for that, but we will rest, and I will, like I said, submit that in our report. We're grateful to the executive branch that we've recognized that we need some form of reform. And I've heard, some beautiful names that we have given it now, but it's reform. And we are glad that we could engage in that process. However, we are concerned that that process should be made not just transparent, but as fair as possible. And so it's our view, from the perspective of the Dominican Association of Evangelical Churches, our view that our rhetoric must be such that we must be ready to accept change and compromise and so on. This must not be an argument to win, but rather a discussion to lift up the quality of life of the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. We have been having this as an argument to win. None of us will win if we continue fighting like this. What we will do is we'll make the country lose. And all of us have opinions. And all of us have strong opinions. But when we come to look at the matters of nation building, we must now look beyond our personal views and look at what is best for the people of the lovely Commonwealth. The association believes, ladies and gentlemen, that while this country is ours to build, and we have assistance from sometimes people overseas, and some of them make barrels even if they go to the thrift shop to send it to us. They send something to their family, really and truly. The people who are here, who are governed here, whether it's good governance or bad governance, these are the people who must have a right to elect who governs them. Those who will get Panadol at Dominica China Friendship. Those who drive on our roads and do whatever else. Those who are penalized for driving on the wrong side of the road, etc., etc. In doing so, and in observing that, the whole question of residency must form the basis of our conversation. And if we don't talk about residency for voting, then we can kiss this thing goodbye. Why? Because the statistics we have tells us, and I understand what you said, Madam Chairman, a Dominican is a Dominican is a Dominican. I happen not to believe that. Because an American who's a naturalized American is not an American, an American, an American. And we can go on and use other nations. So, I can take the night, I'm a preacher, but I don't intend to take the night. Okay? And I'd prefer if you don't interrupt me when I'm presenting. I don't like the manners. Madam Chair, as economic citizen who has residence in Dominica, in our view, should vote. If that economic citizen lives within the sphere of this white Kubuli. But if they have never visited Dominica, they must not have the same right that residents of Dominica have. And that's why we say residency must form the basis of this, because this is about governance. It's about governance. And if we look at this from that perspective, the number of CBI citizens we have already been told that we have, and the population of the lovely Commonwealth of Dominica and those who have voting rights here would probably almost be equal. Just think about it. Just think about it for a moment. So that's what we believe as far as the registration of electors are concerned. We observe, for example, the difference in the definitions in terms of the residency and the absence when it comes to voting, and that we will detail in the document that we're going to send you. The question of national voters ID card, we believe that we should, like Antigua, like some of our sister islands, get into a national voters ID card. Why? I hear people make comments about all of us know each other. I have a feeling that most of us speak that, in the air. I'm from Kulibistri. I vote in Kulibistri. I live in Emzor. I go to Kulibistri to vote and stood in the line last elections. And I recognized probably about 5 out of 25 people. I go to Kulibistri every weekend. Right? Somebody from the polling station, I asked them, who was this person? And all they said to me is, they said they are so-and-so. There's a friend of mine who I met in the voting line who I hadn't seen for 12 years. Never been back to Dominica for 12 years. And I spent time connecting with him, and he was there to vote. You have wisdom. Just think about it. In Antigua, there's a voter's card with a voter identification number on it, with an expiration date, and all of that. Okay? Check it out. I'm sure you can see that. That makes sense from the perspective of eligibility, the fact that you are there, and the fact that we know who you are. I don't necessarily believe that we have to go into fingerprinting. Fingerprinting might be one of the ways to say who you are. But I believe that we have to establish some form of identification as to who is who when we go into that polling station. All right? I believe that is absolutely necessary. There are things that are outside of Mr. Byron's report, and I just mentioned them. We wrote a letter to the government sometime in July of last year, signed by 25 of our pastors, requesting the government look into what we call the discriminating vice in the Constitution and in the House of Assembly Elections Act that actually puts minister of religion in the same bracket as a prisoner. So a prisoner is not allowed to contest elections, and a minister of religion is not allowed to contest elections. I heard Mr. John Jules just said a while ago he's a preacher and he's been contesting elections. I think the AG must advise him as to as to where that is, right? He publicly told you that he is a preacher, but he's contesting elections and all of that. So probably the Attorney General may wish to advise him in that regard. I know him as a preacher. He comes from a church that I came from. But when you begin to speak like that, I was told I couldn't contest elections in my village council a few years ago for that very reason. But, that happens. The question of campaign finance reform is something that concerns us. And it concerns us because we are really concerned that we are spending money in an environment where our minimum wage is below, for some people, living standards. And you provide them with a token every 5 years because you have the money, and then they go and they suffer for the rest of the period. Quite frankly, that's my personal view now, not that of the Evangelical Association. I believe, quite frankly, that there must be some relation to the cost of living and the living standards of the people, and whatever sum that we decide to have for campaign financing. And that's something that we would recommend. I'm winding this down. We all agree. We all, whatever party we come from, I believe we all agree that we need some urgent change in this process. We must seek to work to ensure that every individual has a right to express his or her political opinions without interference. We must work to seek and receive and impart information so that our people can make informed choices. Somebody spoke about the whole question of debates. But more than debates, when we get down to it, we need to find ways of conveying information to people that is factual, that is true. We know politicians sometimes exaggerate stuff to make them look better. But during the period, I think we need to give people facts on what they should be doing. We must seek to ensure that our campaign is on an equal basis with political parties, and we talk about the use of the media. Let me just say here and now that I do not agree that private media must be legislated. Otherwise, I would probably be jailed because I serve voluntarily to manage a religious radio station. I don't get paid for it. And on that radio station, we do no political ads and no political programs of no party whatsoever. And under that proposal, one person who's not being paid would go to jail, and that would be me. So I don't subscribe to that at all. We are mindful of the provisions of the law against treating bribery, personification, and undue influence. And we pay particular attention that the definition of undue influence includes inflicting spiritual injury. Yeah. We read the books, you know. Unlike what one of my friends said, yeah, we read the books. So the definition in the law includes inflicting spiritual injury in order to compel a person to vote or refrain from voting. We are in the business of spiritual teaching. And that is within the law. So that says that we have to be careful with what we say. And sometimes we ask, what is that? A lot of things must be made enforceable. Our problem in Dominica is we have plenty laws and plenty so on, so we're not enforcing them. And I'm looking at the chairman of the Electoral Commission. A lot of the dead people names that should be there, we shouldn't be here talking about that. That should have been done a long time. Right? We're not enforcing stuff. And our problem sometimes is not the law. Our problem is that we are just not enforcing the law. My friends, laws govern every civilized country. When the law is watered down or ignored, chaos is inevitable. The church encourages all to enact just laws and to follow the law of the land to ensure continued stability and peace. The DAEC encourages all parties to approach this important subject matter with soberness of mind, not with, some of the rancor that we have heard. Chill out. You have to put water on the table, drink it before you speak. Chill out. Observe it with soberness of mind and purity of heart, to ensure that all our decisions are well informed. We encourage the media, especially those on the social platforms, to be responsible in their discourse and civil to each other on the matter of electoral reform, especially on this matter of electoral reform. Ladies and gentlemen, in short, we have to stop fighting. We have to stop warring. We have to stop this. This is making us real, I can't use that word there, but it doesn't make us look good. We have to stop fighting on issues that we shouldn't fight about. Let's, for one time, let's use this occasion for once to have civil conversation about something that will affect all of us. Because we believe the Dominican Labour Party is in office now, by every law in the book, they will not always remain in office. By every law, whether it's in the scripture or in history, they will not always remain in office. Some people believe that they will always remain in office. If you want to think that, keep thinking it. Which means that when the shoe goes on the other foot, then it will be something else. Let's do this so we all feel that we have worked justly towards the good of the lovely Commonwealth of Dominica. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Pastor Rodney. And just to say, in relation to the question of economic citizens and citizenship generally, there is no distinction in law in relation to different categories of citizenship. And there is no provision in the law as it stands now, nor in the proposed legislation, that would allow any citizen of Dominica, whether they are economic citizens or otherwise, to be either registered outside of Dominica or to qualify to be registered in Dominica unless they have been residing in a particular constituency for at least 3 months. That is the law as it is. That is not proposed to be changed in the law in the draft bill that has been presented by Sir Dennis. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, I would like to call on former Prime Minister Edison James to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Later said he does not like the idea of protocol having been established, but I will stick to that for the time being, protocol having been established. I will just go straight into my presentation. My name is Edison James. I'm from the community of Marigot. I've been out of the state for the last 4 months, came in this afternoon and recognized that the community of Marigot is not listed among the communities that will be part of the discussion, the community of Marigot. So I thought it would be desirable for me to take the opportunity to make some comments here. I want to, as a start, recognize the observers, because we have been having the discussion about electoral reform for a long time. It may be that one or two of you, regional, might have been aware of some of the things we've been saying. Let me recognize the Prime Minister, by the way, Mr. Scared. And thank you for being in Marigot in my absence. You know. Well received. I made arrangements. I made sure that happened. Yes, the observers, I'm not aware that it has been explained to us what your role and function is in this exercise. I had thought, when I heard the Prime Minister say that he was going to ask the OAS and the CARICOM and the OAS and the Commonwealth to be part of this exercise, I thought that what was going to happen is that the observers were going to be here and they were going to be the ones that we, the people, would be speaking to, so that they could hear what we are saying and would be charged with the responsibility to go back and prepare something and to give guidance to the powers that be. And as I listened from abroad on Monday and Tuesday last week, I noticed that one or two of the speakers were directing some aspects of the presentation to the observers, and were even asking that some documents be passed to the observers. So I'm concluding that the observers have a very important role to play, and I welcome that. I welcome that, because we've been talking among ourselves for a while now. And the thrust of the discussion, which we've been having now for probably about 15 years, the signpost, one of the significant signposts of the beginning of this discussion was 2008, when there is an email which every school child knows about. You can probably recite it word for word. Partner, over that, I don't know it word for word, but partner, don't drift too far. Tried calling you, but did not get through. I leave tomorrow. There's madness going on at the Electoral Commission. You need to call in Richie Charles and Kondwani. These guys are talking about electoral reform to do with ID cards and complete re-registration. Should that happen, it will damage your legacy, your re-election legacy, and so on. The reason, the madness that we heard about wasn't to do with, if this madness continues, we will disenfranchise Dominicans abroad, or we will not have free and fair elections. The madness wasn't about that. The madness was about the damage to the election legacy. Let's think about that. That is where a lot of this thing started. Because the Electoral Commission, the authority, which has the authority under the Constitution for registration and for the conduct of elections, had taken a decision, we are told, to embark upon these two important elements of electoral reform. They had done that. So the question is, why has it not happened? Why has it not happened? So, Pastor Rodney asked for us to do this thing with a clean heart. Perhaps he didn't use that expression. But it's a serious matter that we are involved in here. So, what we want in the end, all of us, is free and fair elections. Generally, elections in Dominica have been free. There was a little aberration in 2019 when external military forces came into Salisbury and Marigot, and I met them in Marigot. I encountered and talked to them in Marigot. So that was a little aberration with respect to the freeness. But generally, elections are free in Dominica. But the fairness, that is always an issue. In fact, the Commonwealth Observer Mission on the 2014 election said, and I'm urging the observers, I see there's one here from the Commonwealth. If you have not yet read that report, read it. They said that the elections were free, but not necessarily fair. And they were not necessarily fair because of the bringing in of voters, transportation of voters, incumbency, and these sort of things. That's what's in the report by the consultants. Then we had this situation in the same 2014 elections, where a matter to do with treating reached as far up as the CCJ, and came back down, and the CCJ directed that the matter should be heard in the court. It wasn't held, it was null pros. Then we had the matter of the 2019 elections again, where the CCJ again was moved to comment, to observe in an obiter remark that the elections were tainted, and asked, advised, not directed, asked, advised, begged and beseeched that future elections be not held with these taints. Notwithstanding that, an election was held in 2022. The OAS observers again said that the rules, the same rules that the CCJ commented on, these rules should not be the basis of elections being held again. So that we are here now, hopefully, that there will be no other elections that will be held under these rules. Consultants have come. We've had the Mia Motley consultancy. We've had the Port Welsh consultancy. We've had a tripartite consultancy involving the OAS and the Commonwealth and CARICOM, and they've all made recommendations. And then we have the Byron consultancy. None of these consultancies that I've mentioned, none of them was presented to the public and asked the public to discuss them and to dialogue on them and to make recommendations. The Byron report within 2 days of it having been presented in its final form, it was presented to the public for discussion and debate. And that's good. That's good. Now, I've heard comments that the Prime Minister had no right to engage Mr. Byron. I do not agree with that. There's no constitutional bar, no legal bar against the executive, which has responsibility for legislation. There's no legal bar against the executive getting involved in seeking advice from whatever source. So I'm not subscribing to this suggestion. But I believe that there was sufficient information around on which the legislation could be based. And what could happen is that somebody like Sir Byron and the people he engaged eventually could be asked to prepare the legislation, to draft the legislation, prepare the legislation. But I think there are a number of things in the Byron report which we can embrace. We can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. But my concern is that it seems, when I look at the first report of Sir Byron and the draft legislation, it seems to me, and it's probably more than seems to me, I'm aware that Sir Byron seemed to have been leaned on to adjust some of the thoughts and the convictions that he had before he might have been leaned on. Because, for instance, I know that the question of the ID cards, and Sir Byron indicated that, and it's been mentioned here, that the large majority of the people whom he consulted indicated a need for ID cards for voting. In fact, the government and the commission engaged in purchasing equipment for the delivery of ID cards, including fingerprints. I think it's called the Sexlex, the Sexmex, Semlex. Thank you very much. Semlex equipment. You see me in a line? I'm not lying, eh? Pardon? Yes. So the Semlex equipment was purchased for the purpose of getting ID cards in place, including fingerprints. And Sir Byron mentioned that. But something happened, and in the final report, Sir Byron moved away from the question of fingerprints, and some issues were raised. And the question of fingerprints, it seems to have something with some concern about criminality and people probably being worried about their fingerprints being in the database, and people would have an issue with that. I noticed the member for Granby, in talking about that the other day, referenced that he was the PAL rep for Granby and he was from St. Joseph. I don't know. When I meet, we'll talk about that. Okay? I don't know what that was about. Okay? So that matter, the finger, it's clear that the people want, and the commission and the government are interested in us having ID cards with fingerprints. This idea that we can use the passport and we can present the passport is flawed, because a passport has your name, it has your photograph, yes, but that doesn't mean you cannot go to a polling station, you present your passport, yes, that's you, your name is there, your photograph is there, the name there is Edison James, yes, so you're allowed to vote based on that. But you go to Bellevue Chopin, and you'll probably find an Edison James there with the passport and the photograph, and you cannot deny. And I see the former Minister Darry shaking his head because he knows there's an Edison James in Bellevue Chopin. The chairman said he doesn't look like me, so she knows him as well. Okay? So that would be an issue. That would be an issue. So we need the ID cards with the biometrics, fingerprints or facial recognition or what have you. So when you come to the polling station and you present your ID card, and we're talking election modernization, and I'm understanding that modernization would mean that we are able to vote with some electronic assistance that you place your ID card on top of some machine, it reads it, and it will pick up your registration number, it would pick up your polling station, and all these other things. So there'd be no issue. So I believe strongly that is what we should be going with. The question of residency. There's been a lot of talk that we shouldn't disenfranchise. Remember I said earlier, the email did not say if the election reform happens that people will be disenfranchised or anything like that. It says about legacy. So the question of residency. Mr. AJ, I'd like you to help me here. It seems to me that, and we hear talk about people, our Dominican brothers and sisters overseas, and they send back barrels, and they make remittances, and these sort of things, okay? I agree with this notion that that is not the basis on which we should be determining whether somebody should be involved in voting or not voting, and so on. And then they send back barrels, they're so rich, they send back barrels, they make, give remittances, and so on. I heard an advocate of the Labour Party some time ago on radio said that in justifying assisting people in coming back to vote, paying their wages, he said, well, we help some of the poor people because they can't afford. And I say, well, if you can't afford to come back to vote, how you can argue that your right to vote is based on you sending remittances and you putting money in the bank and so on? I question that. But the person who said it, he said it with such Christian clarity that I said he's probably correct. He said it with a lot of Christian clarity. So, Mr. AJ, I said I want you to help me. Because it seems to me not every Dominican is entitled to vote. A 17-year-old is not entitled to vote, but he or she is a Dominican. 16-year-old entitled to vote, but he or she is not a Dominican. Who prevented that? We, the people. We, the people. Because in our Constitution, it starts with, whereas the people of Dominica, and that Constitution goes on at section 13, which the AG referenced earlier, to say, section 13.2, I think 33.2, to say that, 33.2a, every Commonwealth citizen of age of 18 years or upwards who possesses such qualifications relating to residency or domicile. So it is not every Dominican. You have to be 18 years and you have to possess such qualifications relating to residency or domicile. And it did not leave it there to say that you can be resident or domicile anywhere in the world. It goes on to say, in Dominica. In Dominica. I'm not a lawyer, and that's why I say I lean on the AG. So, then what we did in the legislation which exists now, we segued from residency to absence. But absence is not residence. And I heard someone say that you can be resident in two places. It might be so. But this constitutional provision says you must be resident or domicile in Dominica. So the question is, are we not, by taking a position that we can segue from residency to absence or presence, are we not finding here some tension, as you lawyers would see, between this provision and the lawyers? I'm being told that's the law now. But we just heard that in Canada, what was the law for so long was found to be constitutionally wrong in its operation. So because it's the law now, doesn't mean that if a challenge is made, for instance, or if it is recognized that there's a problem here, that you will not be forced to change the provision in the law that you're making. So I'd ask the AG to help us here. The chairman keeps talking to me, keeps talking to me, okay? It's not the first time we've had this. The chairman talks to me when I'm talking, but that's all right. So I would like Mr. AG, I think I heard you, to address this for us. So I believe that we may be in breach of our Constitution by segueing from residency and domicile to absence from Dominica. And then, with respect to the confirmation, I've heard it said, we've been pulled up and said, look, no registration happens outside of Dominica. But there's proposal in the legislation, in the proposal from Sir Dennis, that we do the confirmation out of Dominica. There's provision, I think, for the Electoral Commission to establish 4 centers or something so out of Dominica, and for confirmation. There's no way that the Electoral Commission establishing 4 confirmation points can make it equitable for Dominicans who are dispersed around the world. So then I look at Section 13 of the Constitution, Section 13, Mr. AG, of the Constitution, which says, subject to the provisions of subsection 4, 5, and 7 of this section, no law shall make any provision that is discriminatory either of itself or in its effect. Would we therefore not effectively be saying that we are discriminating against the person who is in Guadeloupe if we do not have a center there? But we have centers in Antigua, and we have centers in New York and Canada, but we don't have centers in Barbados or someplace. So are we not going to be discriminating against the people in that regard? I believe all confirmation should be done in Dominica. All registration is done in Dominica. All voting is done in Dominica. So I would suggest that all confirmation be done in Dominica. Media access. I believe that the private media should also be brought into the picture, because we are talking about free and fair elections. It cannot be fair elections if the state-owned media, yes, all the political parties have access, but the private media denies access to one political party while the other political party or two have access. So I believe, and then I think again, that they would be discriminating, that private media would be discriminated against that particular political party on the basis of its political position, which is forbidden by the Constitution. The private media has to pay a license to operate, which means it's paying a license because it is deemed that it is using the property of the state. It has to pay a license. It is using our airwaves. That is why it's paying a license. So that property of the state is the property of all of us. So it should not be able to discriminate in that way. They would have to be paid, of course, whereas the state could decide that the state media must give the service free, but the private media, they would have to pay. But I believe the private media should be brought in the picture because we are practical people in Dominica here. In Dominica here, there are media houses in the private media houses which will not allow a political party to do anything on their station. So I'm saying they should be brought in, and there's a basis for it, there's a constitutional basis, there's a moral basis for it. And let me just say to Pastor Rodney, the situation you described, no, you wouldn't go to jail, because you are saying you don't allow any political party. The situation here, we're talking about discrimination, allowing one party and not allowing the other party. So it wouldn't affect you, Pastor Rodney, but he's left, so somebody will tell him I said that, okay? Campaign financing, and Madam Chair, whoever suggested that the comment made by the presenter, because I was listening from overseas, about the $50 per registered voter meant that voters were going to be asked to pay $50, that person misunderstood what was said. There's never any proposal, and you can go back and look at the transcript, or look at the recording. So that is not the issue at all, okay? I would just say, the observers, I think, I come back to the observers as I end. I think it would be good, I'm sure the observers are going to have a sit-down discussion with the powers that be, that is the people who have the power to give effect to any legislation that is accepted. It is the executive, the cabinet, that will formulate and have the final say on the, what the legislation will contain, and it is the legislature that is going to pass the law. In our country, Madam Observer, Mr. Observer, the executive and the legislature are more or less the same people. 19 elected, 5 senators, plus an AG, plus the speaker. Sorry, the speaker is not there. So it's the same people. So they're all listening to us. Most of them are listening to us here now, which is good. So they'll hear firsthand. But it's important for perhaps the opportunity to be taken by the observers to sit down with, quote unquote, the other side and have a comprehensive, through interaction before you leave and before you finalize your report. And that report, we expect, will be made available to the general public. I really am so happy to see you here, the observers, and all the others. I thank you for the opportunity. And I want to say that in Dominica today, I heard the gentleman from the local government say that he's the longest serving local government person. I think apart from Reginald Ostry, who was probably have 26 years in Parliament, the Prime Minister changed his position recently. I'm the next longest serving, or having served the longest, the living person having served the longest. The only thing different between Mr. Ostry and I is that I had the opportunity to be a leader of the opposing side in Parliament, and the ruling side, and then the opposing side again. So it's against that background and involvement that I sincerely hope that we can, at this point in time, come to the zenith, come to the final stage. But the zenith, not the nadir, the zenith of our discussions, our involvement, and get this electoral reform thing in place. Because we cannot go to another elections without the reform, with the same thing. Because, let me just finally say this. We laud Sir Dennis Byron. And what do we use to give him the accolade? That he has been a president of the CCG. And we agree that that makes him an eminent person to do this work. So we are asked to hold on to his every word. But ladies and gentlemen, the current CCJ, not only the president, the current CCJ and president and 4 other justices sat down, having heard verbal submissions, oral submissions, having seen written submissions in a matter to do with the petitions. They have said the elections were tainted, and they've urged that we should not go into another election with those kind of tainted procedures and so on. If we can accept Sir Dennis Byron and hold on to his every word, we need to accept what the CCJ is telling us as well. And I just want to say one other thing I forgot. You see these things about the petitions? Because I heard a reference made about petitions. 2005 elections, we had petitions. 2009 elections, we had petitions. 2014 elections, we didn't have a petition, but we had a challenge in the court. 2019 elections, we had petitions. After all, money that the party that is involved in that has to waste like that, there was something there. But these petitions, while the law says that a petition must be presented in the court within 21 days, after that, there's no limit in terms of time as to when a petition is going to reach its finality. The justices have said that the reason and the rationale for the constitutional bar on appeals to the appeal court and to the CCJ is because it's important for people to know as soon as possible who their elected representatives are. I'm suggesting there should be an amendment to the legislation, and Sir Dennis has presented petition rules to allow that once a petition is launched, the entire process must be concluded within 90 days, rather than this long, drawn-out situation where petitions go to the court and it takes 3 years before they are concluded. So I want to thank you for the opportunity you gave me to speak here tonight, and I want to wish all of us the very, very best. And I want to urge that we include Marigot among the communities that the consultation will be held at. We can't leave out a big community like Marigot in this whole exercise. So thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. James, for your contribution. I'm sure that there's a lot of what you said that will probably be responded to by others. But if I may, at this point in time, sorry, I think the AG wants to just speak to one point.
Yes, just on the issue of the residency and domicile. That obviously is if it had to be taken to its end conclusion, would be a drawn-out legal argument with both sides presenting their views. But just in short, just a definition of domicile. There may be others, but this is one here. The country that a person treats as their permanent home or lives in and has a substantial connection with. I think that's broad enough to encompass somebody who's not necessarily in the jurisdiction, maybe out of the jurisdiction, but they consider and treat Dominica as their home. So domicile could cover that. And that definition would also be appropriate to address the issue of absence as distinct from the ordinary residence that's been spoken about. The suggestion that the drafters were so inebriated or otherwise unaware of what they were doing, that they included the term absence from Dominica when they've referred to residence elsewhere is highly unlikely, I suggest. But, you know, Mr. James, we can continue the debate some other place, some other time. What? Yeah, discrimination is in the Constitution, but discrimination is not because we say something is discrimination that means it's discrimination. The fact is that I may have to travel a longer distance than somebody else to get to a registration officer or even to get to the election office. That doesn't necessarily make it discrimination. But again, I say those are discussions that this is probably not the best forum for us to have those debates.
Thank you very much. And may I just indicate as well that on Thursday, August 24th, from 6 p.m., there will be consultations at Wesley for the communities of the Northeast, Calibishi to Marigot. That's on Thursday, August 24th. I would like to invite Monsignor John Wiss to deliver his comments and remarks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers of Cabinet and Parliament, Honorable Attorney General, distinguished observers, and other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chair, with your permission, I will give a preamble to. I am Monsignor William John Lewis, and I represent the Roman Catholic Diocese of Roseau and also the Dominica Christian Council. Madam Chair, I'd like, with your permission, to give a preamble to our presentation and then invite Father Nigel Karam to actually give the proposals that we have in mind. Thank you for the opportunity to be present and to participate in this process towards electoral reform with a view to strengthening our democratic structures and enacting and maintaining just laws. As the Church, we speak from the perspective and based on the principles of the Word of God and its interpretation by legitimate authority. That word which upholds the dignity of the human person, authentic human development, love and justice, and dialogue. The book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 27, reminds us that human beings are made in the image and likeness of God, and therefore possess an inherent dignity. This dignity is not dependent on race, creed, economic class, political power, sex, or personal abilities. Human dignity is the result of human existence. This dignity demands authentic growth and development, not based solely in economic terms, but embraces the social, cultural, political, and spiritual dimensions of human life. Moreover, the exercise of love and justice cannot be excluded from human and social development. They are crucial to the full development of each member of society and to the welfare of the whole society. Consequently, love of neighbor is an absolute demand of justice, because charity is seen not only in personal relationships, but in structures and policies that respect human dignity, authentic growth, and that protect genuine rights. Respectful dialogue then becomes the primary means for maintaining human dignity, authentic human development, and the call to love and justice when addressing differences and conflicts and seeking consensus. It is with these principles in mind that we present our contribution to the matter at hand, with the understanding that the goal of all these consultations is to ensure the constitutional rights of all the people of our nation to freely and fairly electing a government of their choice. And so, Madam Chairperson, with your permission, I invite Father Karam to give our presentation from the church and from the council.
I am Father Nigel Karam and a member of the Dominica Christian Council. 2 meetings were held by members of the Dominica Christian Council. The first on Monday, July 31st, 2023, and the second on Thursday, August 17th, 2023, in order to discuss and formulate this short presentation. At both meetings, members of the Dominica Methodist Circuit, the Roman Catholic Church, and the Anglican Communion were present, including the president of that body. The current president of the Dominica Christian Council, Reverend Mona Christmas Fraser, is unable to be here tonight as she prepares to leave our shores tomorrow for a new appointment. It was agreed at both meetings the following. The Council recommends the need for a more prominent role for the Electoral Commission in guiding this entire process of consultations. However, after having understood that the proceeds of the rounds of consultations will be delivered to the Electoral Commission and perhaps other members of civil society and church for their consideration and appropriate action, the Dominica Christian Council believes that this will redound to a more independent and transparent outcome. Furthermore, regarding the draft Electoral Commission Bill of 2023, the Dominica Christian Council supports and welcomes the revised composition and expansion of the Electoral Commission. The DCC further supports any revision of mechanisms that will allow the Electoral Commission to be fully and independently financed to ensure more efficient and autonomous functioning. As it pertains to the draft Registration of Electors Bill 2023, members of the Dominica Christian Council recognize the financial dilemma of whether to issue a multi-purpose national ID or a specific voter ID for purposes of elections. The members agree that the option for a specific voter ID card would be more beneficial and better ensure one person, one vote. Sir Dennis Byron himself indicated his 4 observations and/or reservations, page 25 of report number 1, even while maintaining a national ID in the legislation itself. He called for further consultation. We refer especially to his final remarks on the matter, which refer to the constitutional parameters of the Electoral Commission. Members further agreed and supported the mechanism suggested to facilitate confirmation of eligible electors on the register of electors for its cleansing. The Electoral Commission would then enable members of civil society and church to monitor this process more closely. The proposals for the expanded Electoral Commission would then be able to more closely monitor this process. The members of the Council support the retention of a 5-year term and the current parliamentary definition of, and I quote, absence from Dominica for a period exceeding 5 years was a basis for deleting an elector's name from that register. Report 1, page 28. This is in keeping with the constitutional position of our country, whereby the predominant constitutional criteria for voting is not citizenship, but domicile and residence within the Commonwealth of Dominica. By extension, any further clarification and refinement of the law should now be enacted to remove doubt and ensure the law is enforced. On the issue of campaign financing, the Council agrees that there should be monitoring and auditing of the finances used in political campaigns. Limits should be imposed on how much any one donor can give, and there should be no funding from foreign sources. There should be a declaration of sources of funds and campaign expenditure. Here concludes the recommendations from the Dominica Christian Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsignor John Lewis and Father Nigel Karam. I would like to give the floor now to Fire Landa, who will be followed by Yannick Regis, Natalie Murphy, Hezron Charles, Maurice Cyril, and Monsignor Thomas.
Good evening. I want to apologize for the absence of a preamble, but we need to get to the point, I believe, right? So, Honorable Prime Minister, other Cabinet Ministers, the Honorable Attorney General, members of the Observer Missions, and other distinguished officers and invitees, good evening. My name is Violanda, and I stand before you today as the President of the National Youth Council of Dominica, deeply honored to address this important gathering. Our purpose here is not merely to discuss the idea of youth involvement in the electoral reform process, but to recognize it as an imperative for the future of our democracy. We further recognize that the Sir Dennis report is filled with many recommendations, and these consultations will seek to find a definitive common ground towards this process of electoral reform. Our nation has seen significant progress in recent years, as it is our collective responsibility to ensure that this progress continues. Our electoral system is the backbone of our democracy, and it is vital that it remains robust, transparent, and representative of all our people. In this regard, the role of young people in shaping the electoral reform process cannot be overstated. First and foremost, the youth of Dominica are not merely the future of our nation, we are its present. We contribute significantly to the socio-economic fabric of this nation, and as such, we must have a seat at the table, a seat that which we are grateful for. When discussing the future of our electoral system, this inclusion is not a matter of option, but a matter of necessity. As the President of the National Youth Council, I've witnessed the passion, energy, and creativity that our young people possess. We bring fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and a burning desire for a just and equitable society. When it comes to electoral reform, our engagement is an opportunity to infuse new life into our democracy, to modernize our electoral processes, and to address the unique concerns and aspirations of the youth. To ensure meaningful youth involvement in the electoral reform process, several steps must be taken. First and foremost, education and awareness. We must prioritize civic education and awareness programs targeted at young people. This will empower them with the knowledge and understanding of our electoral system, making them informed participants in the reform process. Technology integration. Young people are often early adopters of technology. Embracing modern technology as is recommended within this report in the electoral process can make it more accessible, efficient, and transparent. Involving young tech-savvy individuals in this aspect of reform is therefore crucial. Youth candidate participation. It would be remiss of me, not to mention that encouraging and supporting young people to run for political office is another vital step. By doing so, we diversify our political landscape and ensure that the voices of the youth are represented at all levels of government. Civility and respect. In all our endeavors related to electoral reform, we must maintain a culture of civility and respect for differing opinions. This sets an example for future generations and fosters a healthy political environment. As we discuss the crucial topic of youth involvement in the electoral process, reform process that is, it is essential to recognize that the modernization of our electoral system must go hand in hand with the incorporation of the concept of e-governance. The convergence of these two aspects is not just a matter of convenience, but a necessity for the evolution of our democracy in the digital age. Our nation, like the rest of the world, has witnessed a rapid advancement in technology. The advent of e-governance has the potential to revolutionize how we conduct our electoral processes, making them more accessible, efficient, and transparent. In this regard, the role of young people who are often at the forefront of technological innovation becomes even more critical. E-governance can have a significant positive impact on electoral reform activities in Dominica in several ways. I shall list them. Increased transparency. E-governance can provide platforms for real-time reporting of election-related activities, including voter registration, candidate nominations, and the polling station data. This transparency can enhance trust in the electoral process. Improved voter registration. Electronic voter registration systems can streamline the process, reducing errors and ensuring accurate voter rolls. This minimizes the risk of voter fraud and enhances the integrity of our elections. Accessible information. Websites and online portals can disseminate vital election-related information such as voter guides, candidate profiles, and election laws. This empowers voters to make informed decisions. Efficient voter communication, and I think that takes care of the private radio station issue. Utilizing email, SMS, or mobile apps such as TikTok. Guys, the youth are on TikTok. Just saying to the political parties in the House. E-governance can facilitate direct communication between election authorities and voters. This can include notifications about polling locations, voting times, and important deadlines, including close of registration. Electronic voting. Implementing secure electronic voting systems can make the voting process more convenient and accessible for citizens, including those living abroad. It can also help reduce the time and resources needed for ballot counting. Data analytics. E-governance can enable the collection and analysis of election data. This can help identify irregularities or trends, allowing for proactive measures to ensure fair elections. Reduced paper usage. By digitizing many aspects of the electoral process, e-governance can reduce the reliance on paper ballots, which is not only environmentally friendly, but also reduces the likelihood of lost or mishandled ballots, and will put us right on track in becoming the first climate resilient nation. Enhanced security. Robust cybersecurity measures can be implemented to protect electoral systems from hacking and cyber threats, ensuring the integrity of the election process. Remote monitoring. E-governance tools can help remote monitoring of elections, allowing international observers and relevant authorities to assess the freeness, fairness, and the transparency of the electoral process. Feedback mechanisms. Online platforms can facilitate citizen feedback on the electoral process, enabling continuous improvement and responsiveness to voter concerns. And finally, cost efficiency. While there are initial costs associated with implementing e-governance solutions, in the long run, they can lead to cost saving through reduced paperwork, improved efficiency, and reduced risks of fraud. However, it's crucial to implement e-governance in a way that ensures security, privacy, and inclusivity. Additionally, providing adequate training and support to citizens and election officials is essential to maximize the benefits of these technologies and minimize potential drawbacks. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the involvement of young people in the electoral reform process is not just an option, it is a necessity. We are the change makers of today, and the decisions made in this process will shape our nation's tomorrow. Let us work together across generations to create an electoral system that is inclusive, transparent, and just. By doing so, we will not only strengthen our democracy, but also lay the foundation for a brighter and more prosperous Dominica for generations to come. I finally put out a call to young people. Your voice matters. It's not just a cliche, it's a crucial reality. This is your call to action. Vote with purpose. Show up on election day. Your vote is your power. Engage in dialogue. Participate in discussions about electoral reform. Empower others. Encourage your peers to vote and get involved. Stay informed. Stay updated on current events and policy changes. Informed citizens are essential for thriving democracy. And finally, advocate for change. If you see shortcomings in the electoral process, don't stay silent. Advocate for reforms that promote transparency, accessibility, and accountability. Your generation, and I say our generation, holds the key to shaping our future. We need to be the change makers, the reformers, and leaders our country needs. Get out there, be heard, and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landa. Can I please call on Yannick Regis? Can we have a mic, please?
Hello, good night to everyone. Protocol being established, my name is Yannick Regis. I'm wearing the cap for a number of different sporting associations tonight. Madam Chair, I am here I'm seeking clarification pertaining, I heard a number of different suggestions by Dominica Business Forum, former Prime Minister Elson James, regarding private media access. State access, I understand, but are we going to force business, private citizens, to provide services for business, for political parties, even if they're not inclined to? And if so, Madam Chair, are we going to extend it to truck drivers, buses, T-shirts, and other paraphernalia businesses? Are we going to force bus drivers to transport people to different rallies? Is it that route we are going down? If so, I don't think that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yannick Regis. Just to indicate that what the proposed legislation now provides for is in relation to state media, and the suggestions are from presenters that it should also apply to private media. Thank you very much. I would like to ask and give the floor to Nathalie Murphy. Can we have The mic, please.
Thank you. First of all, let me recognize Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, Madam Chairman, other members of government, our international observers, and other distinguished guests present at this forum. My name is Nathalie Murphy, and I am a founding member of the Dominica Association of Persons with Disabilities, which I will refer to in my presentation as the acronym DAPD. For the benefit of our international observers or guests, the Dominica Association of Persons with Disabilities was established on the 26th of October, 1983. So come this October, we will be observing our 40th anniversary. It is a national cross-disability, self-help consumer movement and is the representative voice of and for persons with disabilities in the Commonwealth of Dominica. I have to state here that our organization was extremely pleased when, in February 2021, we received official communication from Justice Dennis Byron inviting us to participate in the consultation on electoral modernization or reform, as the case may be, and we gladly accepted the invitation. Shortly thereafter, our submission was forwarded to the relevant address provided, and I have to say that the submission that DAPD made was specifically and primarily based on Article 29 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which speaks to persons with disabilities participation in political and public life. This convention was ratified by the government of Dominica on October 1st, 2012, following a massive educational campaign that DAPD had undertaken. The government has since followed that up with the establishment of a National Commission of Persons with Disabilities with the responsibility to implement the various articles and measures contained therein. And I have to say, was appointed as chairperson of that committee, which is comprised of 13 organizations representing persons with disabilities and organizations working and have interest in disability. I want to place on record that traditionally, persons with disabilities have freely and actively participated in the electoral process in Dominica, and that they have always had the opportunity to choose or cast the vote for the candidate of their choice. However, we will be the first to admit that certain systems and measures need to be implemented to facilitate better and more better participation in the process and to make the situation better. Yeah? So, in our submission, we use, as I said, Article 29 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And although I am blind, I know quite a bit of what is contained in that article. It speaks to access to the physical environment and public buildings, Article 9. So in our submission, we reference the fact that there are certain, or on polling day, certain polling stations are not accessible for persons with disabilities and, of course, those with other mobility impairments. We highlighted that. We also mentioned the fact that information should be made available in usable and accessible format to cater to the needs of persons who are speech and hearing impaired, those who are deaf or hard of hearing, and in a technology that can facilitate the various types of disabilities and to ensure that no one is left behind. In the case of persons who are blind and visually impaired, we are specifically concerned to the fact that in the law presently, provisions are made for you to cast your vote, provided that you take along a friend, a relative, a family member. We are in modern times, and we as blind people, that business of secret ballot is very important to us, very essential. Private, while we as blind people, we trust the people who accompany us to the polling station. But then, you never know. You never know. So we are saying that some measures should be instituted to ensure that persons who are blind and visually impaired can cast their votes secretly and privately. And you may ask me, but how is that possible? How can that be done? Well, we have done our research, and we know that there exists in some countries where this has been implemented. We don't have to go very far. And in preparation for this presentation, I made some inquiries, and I discovered that in Trinidad, persons who are blind and visually impaired use a system where they are able to cast their votes privately and independently. So we are suggesting and asking that consideration be given in any legislation to ensure that persons who are blind and visually really cast their vote privately and independently. We also look at the, since I don't have a written script, I have to depend on memory. Sorry? Oh, transportation. We also suggested that some form of state introduced mechanism should be introduced to assist with the transportation of persons who are wanting to vote, to take them to the polling stations to cast their vote. We are not talking about transportation, whether you live in overseas, and we would ensure that transportation managed by the state, some kind of mechanism be initiated to assist persons with disabilities wanting to go to cast their votes so that they can do that freely and independently as well. Thank God for modern technology, and the APD was again invited to be one of the recipients of the copy of the report of the Justice Dennis Byron, the hard copy. When the hard copy was presented to us, I was present, and so was my colleague. And when I when I looked at it, don't tell me I didn't see it. I found it was so heavy. I said, oh my goodness, how are we as the blind people going to go through this huge document? But I was extremely pleased when I heard the announcement that you could go online and you could download the document, which I did the very next day. So I was able to download the document, read as much as possible of it, and search and see where exactly references are made to persons with disabilities. And I saw, and I read, and I listened, because my device, my assistive technology, my iPhone, my smartphone, read to me, and and I found that in the recommendation, all it said was facilities for persons with disabilities, which I found to be very vague. So that is why I took the liberty to expand on some of the areas that I previously mentioned. In terms of terminology and language, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities gives a definition of what disability means, and I will tell you. It says, anyone with a long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or psychological impairment, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. You can consult the convention and you So when we speak about persons with disabilities, because in recent times we have been hearing all kinds of terms. We have heard terms about differently abled. We have been hearing, oh, a challenge. He has a challenge. He has a handicap. But the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which our government ratified and which has been internationally accepted, defines what persons with disabilities mean. And so that is what we are encouraging, that we as persons with disabilities, we describe us, because words matter, and persons with disabilities take strong offense to when they are referred to adjectives other than what is provided in the convention. So in Justice Barron's report, and I know it also exists, I think it is in the Electoral Act. It speaks of incapacitated voter. My goodness, no, we don't like it. We are recommending that these terms be abolished, removed, and it also speaks about physically challenged or physically incapacitated. So physically incapacitated, what happens to those with the sensory impairment, the intellectual period, just a voter with disability and finish with that. That will be quite acceptable to us in Dominica. So ladies and gentlemen, what we are saying as an organization is that we support. I'm not going to go through the various areas much has been said about that, and that was not our focus in terms of voter ID or confirmation and this kind. It was not our focus. Our focus was ensuring that persons with disability can actively and independently participate in the electoral process on an equal basis with others. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention, but I just want to make one comment as a person, personally. I have been listening there keenly and hearing references being made of certain things in the United States about how many terms, 2-term limits. But I have listened, and I don't know if it has been said in other forums. I have not heard anybody say that when a government is removed in office, they can go with all the staff or the things should resign, and they go and appoint their own people coming in. Whatever government is coming should appoint their own staff. I have not heard that. So let us see. That is what I would like to say personally on that matter. That did not come from DAPD. I just want you all to know that did not come from. So I thank you for your attention and the opportunity to participate in this exercise. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy, and thank you for sharing with us a very important perspective from persons living with disabilities. We appreciate that. Can I please hear from Hezron Seraphin? Your choice. Your choice.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good night. Protocol established. Madam Chair, I promise you I'll be very short. Okay, so I just wanted to make a few points, and I felt it necessary. Okay, on the issue of the special welcome, I should say, to the observers, I think your role is critically important, and your presence certainly is welcome. Of course, we recognize the presence of the Prime Minister and other members of Cabinet. Protocol established. Okay, on the issue of the overseas voters, I think it is important that persons living overseas have the right to vote, or retain their right to vote, I should say. Overseas voters make an important contribution to the country's development. They have been making, and they continue to make an important contribution to the country's development. Every Dominican, doesn't matter where you live, whether you live locally, here, or you live overseas, I think every Dominican is a Dominican. And a Dominican who lives overseas is no less of a Dominican than one who lives locally. So I think every Dominican should have the right to vote, and not because somebody lives overseas, they should have less rights than people who live here. In fact, I've heard it said, many comments, or some of the comments have been said here. Some persons seem to reference, that policies here, local policies here, do not affect persons who live overseas. But I beg to differ. I will say, actually, in many instances, local policies here have even further reaching implications for persons overseas than the average ordinary person who lives here. Persons who live overseas, many of them, they have their property here, they have businesses here, they employ persons here, all their monies, all their life savings are in the banks here. Policies that the government pass can affect them just as much as they can affect any local person, and a lot of them, because of the level of the resources that they have here and the investments they have made here, government policies might even have a greater effect on them. So I think that persons who live overseas, Dominicans, ought to have the right to vote also. On the issue of the ID card, I would prefer a multi-purpose ID card. All right, I would like to have a card in my wallet that if I go to the supermarket and I present my card for payment, and the cashier asks me to identify myself, that I can also use it to identify myself. I think that if I travel and I need to show some form of ID, that I should be able to use my card. I think it's a waste of resources to have a card carried around for 5 years and I can only use it once in 5 years. I think it's a total waste of resources. Besides that, if I show up at the polling station on polling day, and for some reason I couldn't find my card, is that going to be a reason to deny me of my right to vote? All right? I do not think my right to vote should hinge on my presentation of an ID card for voting. Once I can properly establish that I am the person that I say I am, and that my name is on the register, and I am entitled to a ballot, I should be given the right to vote. So whether I present my passport, my driver's license, once I can establish that that is me, I believe that I should be given the right to vote, and my right to vote should not hinge on my presenting a voter ID card. With respect to campaign financing, Madam Chair, I don't think that the Treasury should be responsible for that. Recently, I heard a certain politician say that he actually, talking on this subject, he referenced that it shouldn't be a problem for the Treasury to give his party $10 million to campaign. I don't think that's a burden the Treasury should bear. And if it is that the decision is that the government is going to fund political parties to that level, I'm prepared to announce that I form a party. And I can tell you there are many persons who will take advantage of the situation and actually try and cash in on that 10 million. I don't think the Treasury should bear that responsibility. In any case, in an era of limited resources, I do not think the government should have to decide between funding a party and building a school in a community or fixing a feeder road somewhere. I think in an area of limited resources, that should not be an issue that the government have to consider. And in fact, I'll submit that any party that's unable to finance its campaign or unable to raise funds for its campaign may not be able to raise funds to run the country anyway. Lastly, Madam Chair, I am for the confirmation of voters and not the re-registration. I think we are in an area where technology has made the thing very simple for us. There's no need to make it complicated. If I was to make up a list, for example, for my employment, if I was to make up a list of 1,000 persons that I wish to sell insurance to, and for some reason I realize that some persons on the list, there's no prospect of selling them insurance, or I no longer have any interest in selling them insurance, there is no need for me to scrap my list. I can simply delete those persons on the list that I figure are no longer prospects for me. There's no need for me to start from scratch again. So I think it's a waste of resources, actually, to entirely scrap the list and then start the registration process from start again. To me, it's a total waste of resources. And besides, in a few years' time, if we were to do that, we'll be back to the same point. In the next few years, we're going to have dead persons on the list also. We're also going to have persons who presently are here who would have moved out and start living overseas or would now be living overseas. Are we saying that the fact that we now have persons again on the list who live overseas, that we should scrap the list again and re-register everybody again? I think the process is a process that we can handle without having to do all of that. And it's a very simple process. The technology allows for us to simply delete persons on the list now who do not qualify. It's a waste of time and resources to re-register all of us who are here that we can establish are here and qualify to vote. I do not see the need to remove me from the list and then tomorrow tell me come back and re-register. I think that's a total waste of my time. So, Madam Chair, I'll leave it there, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hezron Seraphin. Can I ask Maurice Cyril to please share his remarks with us?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Prime Minister, Brother AG, and all cabinet members, and to the invited guests, and all ladies and gentlemen present. My name is Maurice Cyril. I'm a journalist, more part-time than anything else. So I'll be talking for myself and okay. So I will talk in, that's good enough? I'll be talking for myself basically, and as a media person, as a journalist, when I write for people to do the right thing. I've been guided by that principle all my life. More than 40 years, I write so people do the right thing. You know, so I've been following this debate about reform for years and years and years. And there's only one motive behind that, as far as I'm concerned. In the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 29, it says, God made us simple, but we have made ourselves complicated. And now in that complication, greed, selfishness, power, and all the things that cause problems in the world because we have made ourselves complicated. The other thing, the will has been invented, the will. It goes wrong. And no matter what we come up with here, it cannot be reinvented. You can put mags on it, you can put spokes, you can put axle, what I put is wheels, you can put decoration on it, it's wheels, you can reinvent it. So you can put all kinds of things called the will is the will. Now, we all here talk about democracy. One vote, one man. When we go to the polls, each of us has a vote. No, when I first voted back in the 1970s, there were 5 of us, brothers and sisters, 5 of us. We all voted. In 86, a brother died. By 90, his name was off the list because the registry works naturally with the electoral office. For me, making a fuss about dead people voting, yet no, that was an issue. And next thing, in 93, a brother went away and stayed for 20-something years. And when he came back in 2019, there was a city election in Roseau. No, I have voted every election in Dominica. Each city council have elections, and one person in Roseau vote in Ward 4 is a fellow called Maurice Cyril. So you had two votes, Maurice Cyril votes. So my brothers have been in town, we were walking in Roseau. We went up Constitution Hill, went Catholic, there's a new center. That's where the police station was. So my name is there, my brother's name is there. So I asked him, you voting now? He said, I don't know the people. But I said, I don't know people myself in Dominica, I don't know them. But I looked at the 4 names on the vote, on the ballot paper. I went in, cast my votes. When I came out, my brother arguing with people in the hall. I told people, I'm not voting. I tell him, let's go. I was my brother. So my brother was away for 20-something years, he wanted to vote. So I voted because it's the norm. Strangely, I know the people. But the people I voted for, they won the election. And that has been going on for a while. So we all grew up praising the democratic system, one vote, one man. We go in schools, you have head boy, head girl, one vote, one man. You go to the club, one vote, one man. You go to Cuba, vote to be president, one vote, one man. No matter where you go, it's one vote, one man. And we say we love democracy, it works. So if you want to change democratic system, for what? Because some people cannot win, so we want to change it to satisfy, to hoping that they may win. No. As a 7, 8-year-old going to school, we were taught, do not vote for yourself. And I tell you what happened years later. As a member of the Justice Movement, treasurer, second vice president, first vice president, president time term to be elected. I didn't vote for myself, and I lost by 1 vote. Yeah. And it happened to me after that again, you know, because as a youngster, you go to school, courtesy, good behavior, respect people, and things like that. And so the teacher, or the priest gives you a notion, and it stays there, and you go up here to do the right thing. To do the right thing. And so, and that happened. No, I told a journalist colleague, a young man, some weeks ago, when the Prime Minister was asking for the report from Sir Byron and was taking time to come, I say, you know, I think Sir Byron looking for something to help the opposition forces. That's why he can time searching, because no matter where he looked, presidencies here, Commonwealth, OECS, Australia, everybody doing the same voting, one for one man. But here we tried to look for something, so he came up with things like, well, he tried to compromise for the voices that represent special groups here. Compromise. So you have, for 5 years, I come down 50 to 90 days to qualify to vote. My brother said he was away for 27 years. When he came back, his name was on the list. And he could have voted this up in Roseau, in Ward 4. And so the concern about names of the list, that never worked. Why want to change it, change it now to prove what? It has never worked. You go away, come back, my sister was to storage, came back, put them on the list. I don't tell you how to. Why you want to change that? That's me. I'm talking to anybody there, you know. I bought campaign financing 30 plus years ago. One of my godson's initials were MAP. I told his father, you know, we're talking politics. You form party, you're going to call it MAP. MAP means Man Against Progress. Or you can say Men Against Progress. And the way the world is going right now with all the LGBT and same-sex and home, things like that kind of progress we knew from early o'clock, that kind of progress, we have no truck with that, no progress. And so if the government decides to finance political parties, I can tell my friends, register in a party, Men Against Progress, to get our campaign financing from the state. Okay, so if they want to finance political parties, I am going to form my party also, get my group, and we're going to have a party, political party. Well, about dead men voting, that's been discussed, and that's a non-issue. I'll stop there, getting late, with one other quote. Just one other quote. It's taken from Isaiah at chapter 30, verse 10, which says, I'm talking about people who don't like to do the right thing. It says, they would say, don't talk to us about what's right. Tell us what we want to hear. Don't talk to us about what's right. Talk to us about what we want to hear. What God is telling people, because we want things, not to the right thing, you know, what we want to hear, what to do, we go for it, and we say, yes, that's what I want, I got it. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cyril, can we, Monsignor Thomas? And I think Severin Mackenzie and this gentleman would like the floor as well. Will you speak from your seat? His seat.
Because I'm a preacher, I thought I should come to the pulpit. Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, Prime Minister, observers, welcome to our shores and enjoy our people and the national isle of Dominica. Although the protocol specialists say it's not good if the protocol is established, I would like to crave your indulgence. I will say, my brothers and sisters. I was late tonight because I really thought the program started at 8 o'clock. And besides, I got a sick call, and I thought the sick call was very important for me. Pastor Rodney said that he was having physical pain. I have been having emotional and psychological pain because I'm concerned about the state of affairs in my country. I'm concerned that Sir Dennis Byron was vilified, which throws bad light on our country. And this because of some mischievous people who don't love our country. It's a problem of technology. I thank the present administration for being committed to electoral reform, and I congratulate the thousands of Dominicans who are responding by participating in this process. For the many years that we have been going to the polls, general elections ran smoothly until recently a small group of people asked for electoral reform, which though in process is being impeded by some unpatriotic individuals who want to create mayhem in our own quiet country and are determined to destabilize and attain power by whatever means possible, not out of love for Dominica, but because they hate a particular individual who is loved here and abroad. I make no apologies for speaking the truth. I am a member of the clergy. The difference, the two here have Roman colors. I don't have one. I'm carrying the cross. I carry the cross because I suffer out of my genuine love for my people. I am a member of the clergy, but I don't represent them. I speak as a person with the welfare of my country at heart. I'm in total agreement with electoral reform. And here's some of my thoughts. Those presenting themselves for public office should be literate enough and of sound mind. Perhaps they should be asked to have a psychological evaluation. I don't believe in a virtual constituency. This is an exercise in futility. We should no longer talk of Dominican diasporans, but rather Dominicans living abroad. Regarding the right to vote, once registered in Dominica, they should be able to vote at any time. This question of 5 years should be totally abolished. The question of dead people voting makes no sense, and this matter can be solved by a proper dialogue between the village councils where the dead are registered and the electoral office. I don't think that government should finance electoral campaign. Each party should fend for itself. To my knowledge, all political parties are offered the opportunity to use the airwaves of DBS. But if certain individuals use it to discredit our nation and disrespect officials, then no place should be given to them. Finally, we should now do reform in terms of prayer. The consultation is not meant to be a confrontation, but a friendly exchange to modernize our electoral system and for personal, not for personal or political power, but in the national interest. I'm priest, not to elevate myself, to love people as they are. Because the reform will only be successful through prayer. And the Prime Minister said he'll be a pastor after he leaves office, and that won't be in a hurry. Prayer is important because all, especially religious leaders, should pray more so that they may not practice and preach violence or civil disobedience. Rather, talk about justice, compassion, mercy, and national pride. I am not happy what people term themselves patriots. They are haters of Dominica. Integrity, therefore, should be the norm. A major reform should consist in the respect given to all parliamentarians, and particularly to the leaders of political parties, by us, men of the cloth. Complaints are here and there that we don't always respect our politicians when it comes to church. Perhaps, hopefully, will not inflict spiritual injury or spiritual surgery on our people. May God bless us. May God bless Dominica. May God anoint this consultation. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Monsignor Thomas. Can we hear from Mr. Severin Mackenzie? And he would be followed by, I think, yourself.
Yes, about that. Good evening to everybody, Mr. Prime Minister, members of Cabinet. Having been one of those who engaged Sir Byron immediately after he was engaged to undertake his assignment on electoral reform, I thought it was important that I should maybe lend my voice to the discussion on electoral reform. And when we engaged Sir Byron, in fact, I was the president of the Dominica Business Forum and also the president of the Dominica Manufacturers Association. So right now I'm only the immediate past president of both organizations. In 2019, in January 2019, I was part of the electoral reform group that spent quite a considerable amount of time reviewing the electoral legislation of Dominica and came up with a comprehensive report in 2019, which was presented to the OAS, CARICOM, and the CARICOM Secretariat. And copies were in fact made available to all political parties and circulated online. In the process, we met with all representatives of all political parties, including the Freedom Party, EWP, and the Dominica Labour Party. But before I just go into the brief remarks that I would like to make, I would just like to ask some questions with regards to the process that we are involved in right now. Will the contributions made at these consultations be given favorable consideration in the final legislation? If so, how will this be done? Is the ruling party and government the ones responsible for the preparation of the final document? Will parliamentarians be allowed to vote their conscience based on the decision taken by their respective constituencies? Is this exercise a fait accompli and all this talk just a formality? Will a broad-based committee established to prepare the final report where all ideas will contend so that we could come to some level of consensus? Do we expect the Electoral Commission and government to change the final report after the review? With these legitimate concerns, I will proceed with my presentation, trying to avoid repeating what has been said before. I trust well documented for the consideration. It is clear that this process is really putting the cat before the horse.
the person sitting as the moderator of this consultation should really have been Sir Dennis Byron. Because really, in our discussions with Sir Dennis Byron, he did promise consultation. And he did say that he would have a consultation where we would review his findings before it was actually submitted to the government or the Electoral Commission. So my main disappointment with Sir Byron is that he failed to comply with this basic promise that he made to convene the national consultation to review his findings prior to the submission of his final report. But I guess if this was done, we would not be going through this laborious exercise, but maybe it's a good thing he didn't, because at least we have some discussion with everybody at the table and ideas contending. With regards to the cleansing of the voters list, I believe that with the technology at our fingertips, we can get some school children who participate in the Create and Code programs to develop an app to clean the voters list within a week. Give them the electronic deaths list from the registry, the list of electors from the electoral office with the basic information and with date of birth, address, and some basic information. And these children will cleanse the voters list. With the list cleansed of dead people, the re-registration or verification, whichever we choose to call it, process can proceed. This process can be done on island. Anyone who wants to vote must register on island. By the way, some years ago, the Electoral Commission embarked on a registration process where some persons submitted their private information. What is the status of this initiative? Where is the equipment? Why was it aborted? Anyone who doesn't vote for 2 consecutive elections, I believe, should be automatically deleted from the voters list. But they are free to re-register, because if you did not vote for 2 consecutive elections, it means that you are either dead, out of state that you cannot vote, or you are not interested in voting. So, I believe, and with this, the whole question of having to disqualify anybody from participating in the electoral process, and the 5-year question, because automatically I believe that anybody who votes in one election, in the subsequent election, they are qualified to vote. So which means if they do not vote in one election, they do not vote in 2 elections, that's 10 years. They are either dead, out of state, not interested. So an app can actually take care of that. But nothing prevents these persons from re-registering, because it is unfair for the country to have 74,000 people on the voters list with a population of 60,000 and 40,000 voting. We have to cleanse the list to know exactly. And what it actually gives, it gives a false impression that the voter turnout was 50%. And the voter turnout was 50% because the 74,000 persons who are on the voters list were not supposed to be there. With regards to disenfranchisement, I believe that the biggest disenfranchisement a voter can suffer or subjected to is for a politician to come, ask for his vote, ask a voter for his vote, beg him for his vote, and then when the person gives him all types of promises, and at the end, this one politician can abandon all the principles and everything that he begged for and jump to the other side. If you want to switch across the floor, I believe that candidates who win elections and want to cross should have the decency to resign and go back to the voters and get their consent. With regards to voters' registration card or national ID cards and those type of things. The reason for an identification to vote is because you want to make sure that the person who appears in a polling station to vote is the person who is actually voting. So, if every voter has a voter number, this is basically what is, I think that is most important, that every voter registration number, which is peculiar to individual voters, whatever ID that you use, this number should be on the identification card that you use to identify you as the legitimate voter. Because if you use other IDs, there are other people with the same name. There are a number of persons with the same names. But one person with one voter ID number, we should be able to resolve this problem. So I think the whole question of voter identification cards, what is actually necessary is to make sure that the person number, the number of the voter coincides with the person. Because I do not believe that we are going to have machines to read biometrics and all those things. So, after 45 years, after almost 45 years of political independence from Britain, I think this is the first opportunity that we have to look at the electoral system that we inherited from our colonial masters. It took me just 12 years after independence, in 1990, when I contested the elections for the Dominican Labour Party, to recognize that I had a total distaste for our electoral system. Yeah, because in 1990, when I contested for the Dominican Labour Party, I was contesting against Richard Roberts and Conrad Cyrus, and I was straight from a university in Cuba, where my qualifications were not recognized, and I was supposed to be a hard communist. And then I went up for the Labour Party. Those who are interested in knowing about the history of the Labour Party can check me out. Right, Mr. PM? Yeah, but there are other things in terms of campaign financing and those type of things. In 1990, under Mike Douglas, the Labour Party's budget was less than $100,000. In fact, my contribution that I received was $500. It was just the money to lose my deposit. Right? In 2000, the campaign budget for the Dominican Labour Party was just about $300,000. But I understood right now, it's millions. So maybe we really need to look at where we came from, where we are now, and what should be done as far as campaign financing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just wanted to share some of my thoughts.
Thank you very much. I have this gentleman here and this lady, and then the last speaker will be Mr. Maslin. Please.
Good night to all. My name is Peterson Benjamin, a servant of God, a pastor by profession. I do not want to bore you, but really say to you, where is the finger of God when it comes to nation? God has a part to play in nation building. God has a part to play in purpose and the destiny of a nation. And that sometimes is what the fleshly part of us leave out, because we do not want to, as it were, fall in alignment with God. What is God saying for Dominica? Where does God want Dominica to be at this time? What is the role of Dominica now in this present earth that we're living in? And I don't want to say much. I'm of the view, maybe, that I don't think that no Dominican, period, should be removed from any list. That's my view. Because it's against the fundamental right that you have given me as a citizen to vote. And at the same time, you are coming back with a law to infringe on that right, to tell me that if I don't return to Dominica within 2 or 3 years of that 5 years, that choice that you have given me is no longer a choice, but you have just manipulated it. I had a little time reading, and I found it strange that a voter ID card could have more life than the actual right to vote. That the recommendation on Mr. Dennis Byron, Sir Dennis Byron, is saying that he's given a recommendation to vote on an ID card for 10 years, but I have 5 years to remain as a voter. But my card, if it is implemented, gives me 10 years. I don't know, I'm not an expert, I'm not a legal person, but I found that to be very strange. It is in the Annex 6. And I found that strange. I do recommend, and I think we should have had it years ago in this country, the campaign fund being monetized, even more now, because there are some demonic and devilish NGOs out there. I put it straight to you, I don't have time. I'm a preacher, and I will tell you the truth. There are some demonic NGOs outside there that gives us and now tells us that there is a free gender. It's no longer male and female, there's a third gender. And they are now pushing educational books. This is serious. This process that we are in is more serious than we're taking it. We are there sitting and discussing United Workers' Party, Labour Party, and we are not looking at the purpose of Dominica, the destiny of Dominica. What is Dominica's role in this season? What Dominica has to show? What do we have to give when other nations are seeking to shut us down? I'm telling you the truth. What do we have to give? What do we have to offer in this season? The time has come for our government to lean more on the church. That's the honest truth. The time has come for the government to lean more on the church. And the time has come for the church to stop behaving like little boys and little girls and behave like mature men and women to lead this country. This is not time for us to be playing. Let me say this to you up front. From Scripture, God is not democratic. God is not democratic. God does not come and ask you to give me an advice. He does not. God does not give government that thing now we call democratic rights. God gives government the power to rule and the power to guide, the power to administrate, the power to do right for the people, the power to defend the people's right. That's what God gave government power to do. And we have to get to that place. The finger of God is so much more important in the time that we live in. Let me say this to you. Please, in passing this legislation, do not tax the citizen of Dominica to fund no political party. Do not tax Dominicans. When God selected kings to rule nations, their family background played a very important role in that. The first king God chose for Israel came from a solid background. King Saul came from a solid background. There was money from his father's end that he could sit and rule. When he came to King David, he did not change the process. He also chose a solid family to rule the nation. God is not interested in what you call or what I call terms in office. God is interested in appointment, anointing, call. That's what God is interested in. And if God has called this prime minister that's sitting here, who's absent at this moment, if God has called him to rule this country at this moment, then let God's will be done. And if God has decided that in the next election, that God has decided that it is time for him to move, let God decide that. But not you and I telling God how to do his business. God has his way of selecting men and women to rule nations. And let me remind us of our history. The first man that God chose to turn around the political realm of Dominica was our first premier, Edward Libler. When he came on the scene, he gave Dominica direction where it should go. When his term came to an end, God raised another poor man in the name of deceased Patrick John. He raised him to fight and to champion the cause of independence. When that was done, God raised another poor but educated woman, Eugenia Charles. When that was done, God put her down. And God raised a man. He gave him a short tin. God raised this former prime minister sitting here, Edison James, and gave him a time in office. When God was done with him, God put him down. And he raised other men. Today, God has raised one, then let him lead. And when God is ready, let him remove him from office. I call in on us. Let's begin to bring this thing into Parliament. Stop this debate. There are some things in this document that should already be in Parliament. There should already been debate in the House. The true debate in the House. The people that we elected to vote to represent us in Parliament. Where they should be debating this thing. right, it's okay. Where? Jesus. You see, there's a demonic thing over the country. I don't know if you understand that. Monsignor was talking about it, and sometimes we miss it out. But there's a demonic thing over this country. There is a devilish walk in this country. It is interrupting a number of things in this land. Let us stop this thing. Let us bring this thing where it's supposed to go. There are things in there. Now we can start the ball rolling. There are some things in there that we can start the ball rolling in the reformation process. And as we go along, fresh light, fresh eye will come in the process and will cause the process to be smooth. But the more you and I stay here and trying to get this democratic kind of thing flowing, I want to hear what you have to say and what you have to do. We will not get anywhere. I will tell you the truth. We will not go anywhere unless you take the bull by the horn like Patrick John did. He took the bull by the horn and he ran with this independent move. Unless you do this with this electoral reform, we will not get anywhere. That's the honest truth. We will not get anywhere because we will still want to hear what everybody else has to say. This is about Dominica. Good night, sirs, and good night, ma'am. But this is about Dominica. This is about Dominica. This is about the destiny of a land. This is about the destiny that a land needs to begin to find its place. It needs to begin to find its prophetic call and reason why God made her a land. You and I are here. Please forgive me. But I do have a burden for my country. I want to see this thing stop. This constant every Wednesday. I want to see it stop. That's the truth. I want to see it stop. I want to see it stop. And I want to hear a fresh voice. I want to hear a fresh need coming up in the country than this electoral reform every Wednesday. I want to hear it stop. I want to hear the answer. Yes, we have answered it. And this is the answer. Let's start the ball rolling. I don't have much to say. I want to have to say thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, sir. Obviously very passionate. And this is the whole purpose of being here, to try to reach a resolution of a way forward. But we really have to decide whether or not we really want to see a change happen in Dominica, because we're coming up with all sorts of different wish lists. Every time we hear something further, we have to be realistic in what we want and what makes sense for Dominica. We seem to want to radically change everything that we have traditionally had for elections in Dominica, turn everything on its head. But we really have to sit down and decide whether we really want to have meaningful change in Dominica and what that change should look like. I would like to call on Mr. Masler, followed by Clevin Mills, and that's it. The lady has yielded her position, so Mr. Masler, followed by Mr. Mills, and that will be it for the night. Can we have the mic, please? Oh, I thought they were bringing a mic too.
Good evening, everyone. It's always a pleasure being among our own people and having the discussions of the day. I want to acknowledge those who are visiting and on looking. And I'm here tonight with a different cap. I represent Dominica Cricket Association, so that's why maybe I'm a little less cladded this evening. Representing a sporting entity or organization. And one of the main areas for us is that we realize, even in our constitution as an organization, there are certain limitations for our players. For example, players who have not participated in our Premier League, they would not be able to be for national selection. So what it does is limits individuals living abroad. If they do not come to play in our leagues, then they are not able to be selected for national. Now, if you put that vis-a-vis with the issue of residency, we as Dominica Cricket Association welcomes the voting rights for any person who meets the residency requirement. And that is something we may have to discuss, as the legislation said, 90 or 50 days, whichever we want to up to. I think Dominica Cricket Association wants to really extend the best wishes to the government on that exercise of electoral reform. Bearing in mind, the issue of sports, there's the non-alliance for any party for that purpose. And here I'm a testament of that, being the deputy leader of a political party, but still leading the national organization and trying to walk that thin line, because at the end of the day, every action, and it's not an easy task, but every action that I take, I have to ensure that it is surrounded around the national flag. It is not about alliance to what person or that person's political preference. We believe in the principle that no matter if you have one view and the person has a different view, all of the views should come towards the benefit of national improvement, national development, and it should stop at that. And we, as Dominica Cricket Association, wants to remain in that. My personal view on some of the issues, the issue of campaign financing is very important. The general discuss here is, once that financing is attained, how does it impact or impede on the discussion of our sovereignty as a nation? Would big money make us be prone to the influence of another superpower? Or what is the cost? And then it has to come to what measures are we going to put in place, because the lack of funds in an election campaign might lead to disinterest in the elections, or even disenfranchisement of people who cannot come out. And those things have to be taken into consideration into quantifying the campaign, but it cannot be left that you could spend the entire treasury on a campaign, and one has to ask the question, what is the cost, or what is the operating expense of marking a ballot? Or what is the cost of getting someone to be convinced that you are the right person to represent me? If somebody can live here tonight and give me at least the average cost of that, then we're really doing something in futility. We need to understand that the transactionalization of votes should not be an issue today for us. We need to understand that whatever we are doing, it will continue to add, it should continue to add to our democratic process, which means that you're voting freely and you're not voting under any form of pressure, or any other side is benefiting from an unfair advantage. And once we can do that, we would see our country blossom. So I don't want to go in all the fancy language and all the discuss. I'm just saying we are doing a right process by bringing people together to determine what is best for Dominica. I should stop at that. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Mr. Mills.
Good night, everybody. Protocol has been established. I think I just need to go right into it. My name is Cleville Mills. As a matter of fact, I came here to represent the Dominica Consumer Protection Association. When we received a letter from Sir Dennis Byron, by letter dated 17th June 2021, we had a very brief recommendation to Sir Dennis Byron. At the time, we were very concerned about the question of how people influence people through false and misinformation and disinformation. You would realize that the reason why we are here, it is because we are laboring under some misinformation that an email where it was decided that the government did not want to give electoral reform. Because why? After the 2005 general elections, we know that both parties received funding, and the United Workers' Party lost the election. They challenged the election, and they went on trying to put on a smoke screen to show that they had lost the election because there was cheating. And they started that. So the strange thing is that I must say we must look at it in the context of the history. So after that, there was a foiled attempt by the minority on the Electoral Commission to suppress the votes of electors who generated their livelihood in the diaspora. Remember, that attempt was by the Electoral Commission unlawfully, I would say, because there were two members in the minority. They took a decision to do electoral reform, total re-registration. I think that's when senior counsel said there was madness taking place in the at the Electoral Commission. So, because as a senior counsel, I don't want to really defend him, but what I understand, he realized that that process was not proper. There was no consultation, as we are having here now. And there was an attempt to pass re-registration laws. So that went on, and based on that, they took it on further to say that the government did not want to give free and fair election. But the point I want to make is, the main reason why we are here, I want to make it short because it's late already, it is already 20 past 11. The main reason why we are here is because some people want to stop Dominicans living overseas to vote. Everything else, what we talk about, bribery, treating, have to do with the fact that people can come down to Dominica to vote. So there's an attempt. Everything is about that. So what I'm saying is, let us just decide whether we want a Dominican to be able to vote in Dominica. All the other regulations, all the other things that we can put in place to ensure that that can happen, we'll do it in a way that it will not cause any, how would I say that? It will work in such a way that as a matter of fact, it is transparent. It will be transparent and we'll agree. Because it seems like, as the chair lady was saying, we'll be going back and forth, back and forth. Let us just realize the only problem that we have is whether or not we want our brothers and sisters who live overseas to vote. Other matters, all the things that we spoke about, we can take care of it. But for the purpose of that mischief, where people just make statements, you know what happened is somebody will come and make a statement without any foundation, another person will repeat it, and then it is news. Because you know nowadays our news is from the talk shows, where a person make a statement, and then the reporter come and they read it as news without getting into the the gist of the information. Our advice to Dominicans and everybody in the era of fake news and misinformation, when you hear something, you must take your time and try to analyze it before you believe it. Because we have been hearing about that madness in the electoral system, in the electoral commission for a long time. When you now look at it, you will see that the madness that was taking place, it was an effort to stop Dominicans living in the diaspora from coming to vote. So if we want to have electoral reform, let us genuinely look at what is the problem, how we can improve the system, and let us work together to bring the fine prints, the fine points. And I think we'll stop that debate and we'll be able to have a conclusion as to the things that we want in a faster way. So that's all I want to say in this late time. It is already 25 past 11.
Thank you very much, and I just want to say thank you to all the groups, associations, organizations for joining us tonight and for your frank and open discussions on the issues. This is a very important process, and we thank you for your participation. We hope that as positions are being collated or being thought of, we can identify what are the really key issues that we want to take forward that make sense for us now. There are many suggestions that are being made that would require constitutional changes. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. I would suggest that we do not approach the amendment of our Constitution lightly. There are some key things that we could take forward in our electoral legislation to address some of the issues that have been identified. So if we can probably try to focus on that so that we can actually seek to reach some level of consensus on something that makes sense for everybody for us to take forward. So I want to thank as well the ministers of government who are here with us tonight and every night, and the observers, our stenographer, cameramen, broadcasters, and everyone who makes these consultations possible. So I wish for us to continue to have the conversation, but have it in a constructive way so that we can actually reach a point where we can bring something to the parliament that makes sense for all Dominicans. Thank you. Have a safe journey home. We have some refreshments in the room next door, so please